Strange Music 2020.
Once I had to lose all abuse I used. Lower than low, then what do you know? Then my sane hit sick, who knew? Think about a lot of pain. Back when I was little, a nigga would hit the game. Nobody came for me when I was in the lane of going insane, but that was a part of the game. With a retained up in the brain, I was headed for change. I became the name, bang with a claim. When I was never gonna be the one in the flame, but I gotta remain full of heart and part of the game. My dog said to me, you better reduce it, or end up in the slammer and forever reclusive. The evil inside of me, I can never refuse it. Never knew there was a way for me to sever abuses. The devil is calling, love level is falling. Pedal never stalling, heavy metal was all in for brawling. Had the gall to wanna stop it all, but saw balling. Drawing, rhythm I give them to bring y'all in. Lyrically take you through hell. Heaven, the 6 of the 7 you smell. All in my tales. They told me I was to fail, but I'm one of the legends who sail. I took my anguish and put it to language. I spit it up and hang with those equally dangerous. I threw a strange fit, technique that came with some deep insane shit. My skin hit sick, I came with hits. A lot of pain did quick, the famous shit. Got me a strange business, my name switched quick. You got the game twisted if you lame dismissed. Just what I do was taking on the pain that sits. Then I put it to the paper, never tame it's lit when I hop off the top now. My sane hit sick, then I flame this bitch. We don't play no games. We bust shots. And all you who defame, we trust not. Once I had to lose all abuse I used. Lower than low, then what do you know? Then my sane hit sick, who knew? I give them the bring. Then I flame this bitch. Flame this bitch.
But now I'll rise above you. can never say what I have lost. You can never guess where I've been down. I can never break something that ain't wrong. Baby, come and chase what I have in store. But now I'll rise above you.
Alrighty, let me see if we have everything sorted out. How are you doing, this? 201 stream streak. Hell yeah, buddy. Are you still at work? You will be, right? Because you are a few hours behind me. A lot of content to go over today. We are going to give it a little bit for the regulars to pour in. I know you can't see me yet, but bear with me just 2 more seconds and you'll be able to. For the past 15 minutes... I can feel, I felt a sneeze coming, but it's not actually coming, you know? And it's so fucking frustrating because I'm waiting for it and it's just not happening. Maybe eventually soon, we'll see. Hey Andreas, how you doing? Alright, let's see if I can make you see me. It should be this button right here, look at that. How are we doing, chat? Hi, and welcome. What kind of Warhammer are you going to be looking at? 40k, I'm guessing. Probably. If for no other reason than because I don't want to diverge from... Like, I want to make sure that I've got decent hold on 40k, and then we can jump into the other one. Because the thing is, I'm playing a lot of Total War Warhammer 3, and I'm watching, like, video guides for how to play that game properly, because it overwhelms me a little bit, because I've only just started getting into it. So I'm getting a shitloads of exposure to, like, the fantasy lore from that. And Age of Sigmar, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know what it is yet. Maybe just because I haven't read literally... all I know about Age of Sigmar is that it's the dude, like the Emperor of Mankind is Sigmar. That's all I know. There is literally no other knowledge whatsoever that I have. Whereas with 40k, there's a lot of bits and bobs that I know. I'm just trying to make it into like a whole puzzle, if that makes sense. So I feel like it's easier to just keep with 40k for now. I can lore dump so much on Age of Sigmar. In that case, eventually, Leonard, we're going to get to it for sure. Because it feels like... I'm getting a lot of fantasy lore from, obviously, me learning how to play Total War Warhammer 3. 40k is currently just what I want to learn. And then I feel like segueing that into Age of Sigmar is probably going to be... not too hard, right? Because I'll have the basics at least fully fleshed out between 40k and fantasy. How are you doing, by the way, Leonard? How's Life Was Everything? Age of Sigmar is basically the game that replaced Fantasy. Yeah, so I've heard that. Basically how Fantasy ends is the world fucking explodes or some shit, and then Age of Sigmar takes over. So I will eventually get on top of that shit. I would probably start with it, at least over Fantasy, if not for any other reason than because I'm really into Total War Warhammer 3 currently. The Skaven build a big doom bomb and end the world. Yeah, that sounds like Skaven, alright. See, that's why I believe that there are 5 Chaos Gods and not 4, Leonard. That's exactly why right there. FBI raids Washington Post reports house, show hog. As a mix of messages there. Real people? That sounds pretty fucking fashy, which again, a lot of news that I'm getting out of America currently does, so there is that. We have a decent amount of content today, and we've got a decent amount of debate reviews as well, although review might be a strong word. Oh. Are we here, chat? Gang? Andreas, can you hear me? Am I still live on your end? I'm trying to figure out... OBS took a shit. Oh, reconnection successful. Hello. Are we back or are we not back? Huh. Curious things do be happening. Should be back though. We are indeed back. Okay. Shit's house. Alright, no idea what happened there. Yeah, OBS just took a shit for a sec. I thought it was my internet, but I've run a quick check and it's not my internet. I don't know. Maybe it's the Americans DDoSing me. Oh, because bitrate's going kind of crazy, but I'm not downloading anything. I'm not updating anything. Why is bitrate going crazy? What is that about? We'll make do. We've got a decent amount of content, as I was saying earlier, a decent mix between debate reviews, the Nick Shirley interview, which is fucking oof and a half, okay? I've seen some clips, and let me tell you, okay? Nick Shirley, from just the clips I've seen, insulting him is gonna feel ableist as fuck, because bro is genuinely probably one of the dumbest motherfuckers walking on the plane of Earth. I just get the same loop of decent amount of debate reviews and mobile. That's not good. So you might want to refresh. That should probably help. We've got more on Palantir and a little bit of an update. We've got Ashley St. Clair talking to Taylor Lorenz. If you guys don't know what this is about, then you are not watching my shorts, okay? And that is a problem because we're gonna have to change words, alright? Because that shit's fucked. You should be watching my shorts, man. But essentially, it's a drama to do with Elon Musk. And we've got Pearly Things debating Anna Kasparian, and apparently Pearl got fucking bodied, which any day is a good day to watch Pearly Things get fucking bodied in a debate, alright? I'm just gonna be honest with you, it's like a guilty pleasure type thing. I don't think I've ever seen her win a debate. I don't think I've ever even seen her do good in a conversation, like let alone win a debate, but like actually be able to talk, you know what I mean? Also, this is amazing, and sort of speaks to where free speech is at in the US, although I suppose it's a bit more complicated. I don't know if you have seen this, but Trump, for whatever fucking reason, was in a Ford factory, and one of the workers there called him a pedophile protector, and so Trump showed him the middle finger, and was seen mouthing, "Fuck you." I don't know if you could hear it there, but that's what he said there at the start. Pedophile protector. The dude has already been suspended, unfortunately. And there's a GoFundMe for the dude, because there's a GoFundMe for everything that happens nowadays. But yeah, of course he immediately got suspended. To be fair, it's pretty normal that he got suspended, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, Donald Trump is a pedophile protector. That's like a factual statement. You know what I mean? That's not even an opinion piece. That is an actual fact of the matter. He protects pedophiles, and there's a pretty decent chance he's one himself. I forget, does Cheeto hate the grape meme? Wait, what's the grape meme that Cheeto hates or doesn't hate? Don't know that shit. Sorry, I clicked allow, but I didn't actually read what the message is. I just assumed it was whose message was it? I thought it was Ice Beans, so I just clicked it. I just clicked to allow because it's Beans, and Beans being a fellow streamer wouldn't have done any weird shit. I don't know, free speech. I mean, it's not free speech insofar as he's an employee at work, and you kind of you have certain limitations on what you're allowed to do. But it's funny, and at the end of the day, that's kind of more important than anything else. You know, at least from the perspective of somebody reacting to it on stream. I started rewatching the Teen Titans 2003 cartoon. I don't think I've ever watched Teen Titans. Let's do a little bit of GeoGuessr, and then we can delve into big things and big discourse and big everything else. Do we want to do Europe? Do we want to do the whole world? We could do the entire world. It's just the problem is that half the time we do world, it drops us in bumfuck nowhere fucking offshoots between Nebraska and some other bumfuck nowhere in America. And now I have to be going somewhere for 10 minutes to see a single road sign or anything that could be seen as a road sign, so I can try and at least figure out which side of the world it dropped us in. Okay, this is Germany. I'm gonna drop us in Germany for now, but we're gonna keep going because it could still be could be Austria. Legoland. There's a Legoland somewhere in 1,500 meters. We can make that in 1 minute and 14 seconds. We're going to Legoland, chat. Let's fucking go. Gunsberg. It's got fucking U with the two dots, right? Umlaut, I think it's called. This is obviously Germany. Stuttgart, Liebheim, Ulm. I'm just gonna drop us in Germany. It was, in fact, Germany. Now, other side of Germany, to be fair. But you know what? We make do. We make do. Remember the time I told you about the meeting of our country's Minister of National Defense and the leader of the military? Now a very far-right politician is coming, and the president. A very far-right politician? Are you talking about Brown? Because if you capitalize very like that, there's only one person that comes to mind. Metcalf. Alright. This has, like, Canada vibes. Also, Leonard, for Age of Sigmar, where do you begin with that one? What's the, what's a good point to start once I feel like diving into the lore? What's a good place to start? Because I feel like with fantasy, it wasn't that bad because I was already playing a video game that I was into that was mostly teaching me at least the basics. Hillside Road. I think this is Canada. I'm just going to drop us somewhere in Canada and see what happens. Beans, this is where you're from. Tell me where we're at. Oh, sorry, Globalized. For some reason, I was thinking of Poland. Not sure why. I'm just going to drop us in Vancouver. That was... Oh, fuck me. That was not even close. Boofta, boofta. All right. 360 points. Beans was useless. For no reason. For no reason at all. I've decided in Bloodborne, when we get around to it, we are gonna do... I'm gonna proceed through the Peyton Lancer. I mean, an English-speaking. Cool. Fucking Spider-Man. I figured we're gonna proceed a little bit further with the main bosses, because I want to kill the I want to kill the boss in the area that this sack dude transported me to, and then I want to go for that spider boss. I think that one's next, if I remember correctly, and then we can do the DLC. So your screen is tiny right now? I don't know what that means. Beans. When you say your screen is tiny right now. Because I'm looking at my OBS and everything's looking the same as always. I'm just gonna keep dropping this in Canada, see what happens. She means she's on mobile. What am I supposed to do about that, though? I would love to help. Oh yeah, Beans, I have no control over how it pops up on mobile, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, that's sort of predetermined, and I kind of just live with it. It's weird, but at least I haven't seen a way to figure it. I haven't seen any options to change things around. Australia, right, fair enough. I do keep forgetting Australia exists. How far has Beans in Dark Souls? The last time I saw Beans playing Dark Souls, she was on Manus. And she was not doing well, bro. Actually, to say that she wasn't doing well, it's like a... It's an almost a misleading statement because it doesn't accurately portray just how horrid the attempts were. But she was valiant about it though, bro. Say what you will, but she's got like the proper Dark Souls player spirit. Doesn't matter how many times she dies, she just keeps going and she keeps at it. And at the end of the day, you gotta respect that shit. Very pretty place. Okay, this is gonna be a shot in the dark here. I'll take it. Honestly, I will take it. That's a curious place to put your clothes out, isn't it? Just... Not even in your back garden, just fucking right in front of your front door. I honestly love Dark Souls, it's grown on me. It's a great game. All of the Souls are usually pretty good. No littering, maximum fine. I don't like it how whenever we choose, at least when we choose Europe, there's a lot of like variants, and then half the time we choose world, it just keeps dropping me in I think... I don't know if it's going to be like Wales or Ireland. I'm just going to drop us around here and just see. Yeah, okay, see, nice. See, that's what I mean. When it drops me in my side of the world, I know where I'm at. But then half the time it drops us in the US, and the US is proper stinky. Hey, hooray. Play Raise Guesser. I already do that with people in chat. Okay, we're gonna do Europe. One last quick go at it. Actually, we can do famous places. I'm abhorrent at this one, but you guys usually have fun with it. So we're gonna do one last GeoGuessr. And we're gonna cover content for a little bit, then we can do more GeoGuessr. Ray redeemed hydrate. Let me take a quick sip. Peepo, Sitso, Chris, what race am I? You are Vietnamese. Or Thai. See, people? I know my shit, bro. I know my shit. Okay. Hey. Hey, D, how you doing? Or the Riot, I should say, because if I just call you D, then that will mistaken you for the other person whose name is D. Exit. Okay, is this supposed to be like a famous thing? Because it looks like a place where a skyscraper is supposed to be, but it kind of hasn't rendered in yet. I don't recognize the skyline here. America, though, that's for the residents at New York downtown. Okay, that's pretty, it's probably as good as we're gonna get it, innit? The only problem is I'm not... Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, I don't know where New York is. I am very much surprised by the fact that we've got both so much fucking Latin alphabet and Cyrillic here as well. But I don't recognize the horse, dude. What are we thinking? This is gonna be like Eastern Europe, right? Hey, Stepan, how you doing, buddy? I will give you 9 clues and 11 reasons that building didn't load. Was that legitimately fucking like 9/11 memorial site? Or are you taking the piss? I'm dropping this in Moldova. It was, in fact, no, okay, I would not have guessed North Macedonia. No fucking shot. Yes, it is. Oh, right, yeah, that's, I kind of feel silly about my statement of a building that hasn't rendered in now. Why is a big-ass fucking car... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, why is a big-ass fucking car park a notable landmark? Okay, let's see. We've got brown people... But we've got Nacional. It's not squigglies, and it's not the square letters either. Not Cyrillic. Although to be fair, it was just one place. I thought it was a joke. Somebody needs to clip that. Oh no, it was not. I didn't know that was at first. I didn't know that was 9/11. That's fucking grim, bro. Famous places, and somehow they put North Macedonia there. This has got to be like either Spain or Brazil or maybe India. I have no other guesses here. Should these be like telling? These like little, I don't want to call them tuk-tuk trucks, but they kind of look like those. But no, fuck off with... I didn't know it was a 9/11 memorial site, right? Shit's rough out here, bro. Okay, I'm just gonna drop us in... I'm just gonna drop us in Brazil. Ooh. Ooh. Singapore. Ooh. 1 point. Okay, we've got a flag. What's blue at the top and red at the bottom? With a little bit of yellow, it would seem. Did the Google guy just get here on a bike? I don't know where this is. Luxembourg, you reckon? I mean, I'll trust you, but I feel like... Oh, it was Liechtenstein. See, you would have been right with the second guess. Still a good guess, though. Okay, let's see. St. Dennis Thompson. Right, we've got English here. That's a good sign. Well, not English. I don't know why. It's a church name or some building name. Italy? Do you reckon it's France? I don't know, because that doesn't seem like... Montreal. Well, no, but that's BMOs in a whole fucking bunch of countries. Stay arms. It doesn't feel like very French, you know what? Like French is very do you reckon this is France? I don't know this church, man. Do you know what? Let's try France. What flag is the statue holding? I don't know, but this looks like a... This doesn't look like a French statue. Do you know what I mean? This is... Do you know what? Do you know how I said it? I said we saw Bank of Montreal, and I was like, nah, Bank of Montreal is in a whole bunch of places. It was, in fact, fucking Montreal. Close enough. I don't know about that one, Chief. Fuck me. Okay, we did not do well. XQC strikes again, true. Alright, let's do a little bit of content. I'll play Bloodborne in the meantime, and we can start going through stuff. I saw this. I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was funny. I don't know why this came across my feed. I think Dexerto's just rage baiting people. But it says Twitch viewers started comparing Emiru to Asmongold after she revealed she doesn't shower. I only take baths. I don't shower. I don't like showers. The problem with Asmongold isn't that he only takes baths. The problem with Asmongold is that he doesn't wash at all. So I don't know what Dexerto's doing with this one. I don't know exactly why this would make Emiru comparable to Asmongold. What's wrong with baths? Nothing. I would assume the problem here is that she takes baths exclusively, but even then I don't really see the problem. I know people think, there's a lot of people who believe that bathing by like definition is less clean, because you sort of sit in your own filth in the water. But like, bro, if you're a coal miner or shit like that, then like, sure. If you've got like a fucking like a physical labor type gig, sure. She's a streamer. How dirty does she get throughout the day? I'll have a good bath once in a while, but I shower after. I will usually do the same. I'll take a bath and then I'll rinse in the shower and then move on with my life. But okay, for the first video for today, we have a continuation of the Palantir shit that we were watching the other day, a while ago. I don't know if you guys remember. It's been a minute. But yeah, we've got a follow-up, and in this follow-up, well, let's watch, shall we? Also, fuck, I couldn't find it, so I figured I would just ignore it, because I don't want to watch it through somebody else's POV, but somebody can just tell me real quick. Did Hassan shock his dog again? Because I've been seeing clips earlier today, and then I forgot about it when I was at work, and now I'm thinking about it again. Did he do it once more? Because I feel like this is the type of drama that should have stopped dramaing a very long time ago, and somehow it still keeps cropping up on my feed. Soaking will help remove the dirt more than just rinsing off. Haven't these people never done the dishes before? I guess kinda true, but think about if you were to do a shitloads of dishes without the rinsing bit, just in the water, then after a while that water's gonna be all kinds of fucked, right? The craziest are the ones that shower before the bath. I don't have a problem with that either, to be quite honest with you. No, we're not doing this again. Unfortunately, Chido, it appears like it might have happened again. The Americans do it, I think. I think it's okay to do that. I feel like I don't... I feel like that's okay, right? Like, why... It wouldn't matter if you rinse at the start or if you rinse after the bath, as long as the rinsing happens, because it'd be the same at the end of the day, right? Because in either case, whatever grime you'd be laying in is no longer present. The Americans do that with their dishes? No, they rinse at the end. Any Americans want to share on how you do the dishes? In the meantime, though, Palantir.
We ruffled some military-industrial feathers recently with our video about Palantir, the US government's favorite weapons and surveillance software company that just recently partnered with NVIDIA, which is what our video is about. As a reminder, Palantir is the company leading the charge on what we think is a path to global surveillance, so it probably should come as no surprise that Palantir quickly found our video. What did come as a surprise to us was that Palantir bothered to respond to it. And actually, it looks like we're going to Washington, D.C. to talk to them. This is Eliano A. Yunus, the head of strategic engagement at Palantir and the guy who responded to us. Eliano Yunus previously worked for an organization that has defended domestic surveillance of Americans as a positive, with the organization saying that facial recognition concerns and false arrests are merely hypothetical, except that they've happened, even back when that was written. More recently, Yunus has been cited by Wired as kicking multiple reporters out of their booth at events and as threatening—
Dude, shit. Sorry for a slight topic change, but speaking of wrongful arrests and shit, have you guys been watching the clips and the videos of what ICE is still doing in Minneapolis? Sorry, in Minnesota. Even aside from the aside from what we've been seeing so much of and what we've covered on stream, there was I saw a video of ICE shooting a kid with a megaphone right in his face, point blank, to a point where the kid went blind in that eye. Oh, that's the wrong place to warp to. Like, what the fuck? This is... I'm genuinely surprised that, like, we're not seeing riots over this. I'm not talking about protests. I'm specifically saying I'm surprised we're not seeing riots. Because I would have expected to see them by now. Have you heard about Hightail? What about Hightail?
to call the police on journalists for participating in a public conference. Seems a little, sensitive. Yunus is also a big fan of AI. He says that, quote, AI will give American workers superpowers, end quote. The superpower is unemployment or wrongful imprisonment. And Eliano Yunus says that we're fear-mongering. That's right. The guy at Palantir says we're the ones fear-mongering. So here's Eliano Yunus' boss, not...
If the guy at Palantir says we're fear-mongering, then I feel like that's it, you know? Like, well, if it comes straight from him, then I feel like we might as well just wrap the video up and move on with our lives, you know? Because what else is there to do? Truly. It's a fact if major lawsuits don't follow, we have failed as humans. There needs to, it's just genuinely shocking to me that they keep doing this. It feels to me, obviously this is a bit conspiratorial. I don't know if you guys share my opinion on this or whatever. I don't even know if this makes sense legally speaking, because I'm just not sure about like the little nuances. But I feel like it almost is coming across like they want somebody to start popping ice, specifically so that they can declare like fucking state of emergency and properly roll in the military. Because this is not normal. If they genuinely... If there was like even the fucking tiniest bit of remorse, you would have seen something about it by now. Instead of that unhinged cunt doing a... What was that? You guys have seen that podium, right? She was given a speech on a podium which said one of ours, all of yours. Which is like a pretty established Nazi slogan. Like, what the fuck? World said not to riot because it would give Trump justification. Well, no, obviously, like, I'm not saying do riot. I'm just saying I'm surprised that people aren't rioting. Like, because this seems like... I don't know, dude, because I'm just trying to think of what, like, if this was my family, if this was my kid, if this was... Like, there was a kid at the pro... There was another unhinged fucking thing that happened. There was a kid and his father that were being chased by ICE. And what was it that... The kid was a 10-year-old that was being chased by ICE, and like they brutalized the kid, took the kid's phone and sold the phone. Like, I don't know if a governor saying please don't riot would have meant anything to me at all if they did that to my kid. Yes, sold the phone, globalized. They took his phone and then they sold it to some third party. Like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm reading anymore. Now, it doesn't help that, like, when I'm at work and I don't have time to look into every story, it just, like, I'm reading headlines, so some of it could be somewhat embellished, but, dude...
Fear-mongering when he says that safety is assured only by making other people scared.
And safe means that the other person is scared.
Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
Looks
and
insane.
I constantly, the critique I get in Wall Street is I'm an arrogant prick.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
That last one's actually a leak. It's the next 10-person kill streak.
I'm sorry. Can we? Can we? I'm gonna rewind that one actually, Chief.
And I constantly The critique I get in Wall Street is I'm an arrogant prick.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
I'm having a rough time with that one, I'll be honest with you, chat. I don't know what the fuck I've just heard. And I'm mildly concerned about the fact that this dude's company is in charge of spying on Americans. And soon, presumably spying on the rest of us too. Fentanyl-laced urine being sprayed by drones onto analysts who tried to screw them. Can we have, like... There are so many words in that sentence that individually, like, I understand all of them, and then you put them together in that specific order, and I'm drawing a fucking blank.
That last one's actually a leak. It's the next 10-person kill streak unlock. Except instead of in Call of Duty, it's IRL. Researching Eunice more, we also found this tweet saying, quote, if Palantir is the spooky surveillance company with skeletons in its closet, like the foreign X accounts and the Guardian journalists make it out to be, then why are the world's largest companies betting their futures on Palantir software? End quote. That's why. That's why they're betting on it. It's because it's the spooky surveillance software. Like, that is specifically the reason that they're betting on it. Anyway, there's a lot to respond to today because Eunice and Palantir responded to our video, so consider this our response to their response to our video, where we're going to respond to the response
and
that they responded with.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
check it out. We brought you this video with our brand new limited edition.
Although I feel like people are egging that on. He's not doing anything, like, he's just responding to someone responding to him. Right? That's all this is. Sometimes people egg it on because it's like a tier 5 response, but this one is just, there's just 2 layers. He made a video, they responded, he's responding to their response. That's all this is.
Disappointment Tour PC Build t-shirt on store.gamersaccess.net, recapping all of the worst hardware events in 2025 and one banned tour date style shirt on the back. The front has an array of GPUs from
Ministry of Defense has a contract with Palantir. What? Does it actually? I didn't know that. That's very concerning.
Big video card vendors in various states have been redacted, with a censored GN logo at the bottom as a throwback to our most prized time of the year, when we got Bloomberg. This is shown on the back of the t-shirt with other dates. The shirts are available.
That phone thing seems real via ProPublica. Okay, so yeah, so ICE chased after a 10-year-old and his dad. This is how I understand the story. Chido can confirm because Chido's currently running fact checks, which, Chido, thank you. It is a joy to have you. The story as I've read it earlier today was that ICE was checking on the... ICE was doing what ICE does, which is walk up and terrorize brown people. And they walked up to some kid and his father, and the kid and the father started running away. They were chasing after the kid and the father, caught up with the father, started beating him. The kid popped out from where he was hiding to tell them to stop. They grabbed the kid, beat him up too, took his phone, and then sold it. Oh, 16-year-old, alright. So not kid, but still a kid.
Available in a comfortable 100% cotton with black or a highly breathable tri-blend design with vintage coloring on the logo print. The back of the shirt has the best of the worst, referencing AI, what we thought was Nvidia manipulating the press, Intel being in total freefall, the tariff situation, and more. Buying one of these directly supports another year of independent reporting and coverage from us, as we're majority funded these days by the audience, not by corporate backers, as we've successfully wound down the percentage of ads we sell to revenue we bring in from public support, like from our audience. Thank you for all of that. Head over to store.gamersaccess.net to support us directly for 2026 by buying a Disappointment Tour t-shirt for 2025. The irony isn't lost on us today that we just spent a week obsessively digging into the historical background of high-ranking staff at a surveillance company, Palantir, and Palantir CEO and man one scimitar short of accurate Drizzt Duard and cosplay, Alex Karp, has some 2004...
Trump is amazing. He replaced foreign non-white gangs with one big American domestic white gang. I still feel like the funniest, the most entertaining part in all of this doom and gloom that we've been seeing recently is just the hypocrisy of it all. And like hypocrisy, I don't just mean at the top level. The dude who killed Renee Good, you guys know how much ICE is terrorizing actual citizens and people with right to stay in the US, right? Like we're constantly hearing these stories. People in Minnesota are walking around with their passports in their pockets so that they can present them to ICE if ICE decides to be insane fucking lunatic cunts. The guy who killed Renee Goodman, his wife is Vietnamese, I believe, and they are currently in the process of bringing her family over from Vietnam to America. So it's like, and then as soon as they've done that, some different ICE fucking lunatic is gonna accost them on the street, presumably, which is just like, how are these people not aware of how this shit that they're doing is gonna hit them eventually soon? Isn't that a Nazi Germany thing? It's a Nazi thing in general, right? That's why the joke is never ask a white supremacist what ethnicity his girlfriend is. It's like a very, very old, very common trope. But a lot of it is rooted in like self-hatred and shit, right? It's a lot of like these Nazi types, the psyches are very fucking like sexually frustrated and in many ways sexually underdeveloped. So they transpose a lot of like the awful shit that they do on their day-to-day onto their own sexuality. There's fucking studies written on this. The shit's absolutely insane. Oh, you mean carrying the papers thing? Also, yes, it is a Nazi Germany thing. Asked why an officer choked Arnoldo, the 16-year-old, spokesperson Trisha McLaughlin pointed to the boy's alleged assault with elbow, adding the federal law enforcement officer graciously chose not to press charges. Yeah, they're gonna need to be sued, like, heavily, you know? Like fucking career-ending types of lawsuits that make you go bankrupt.
Era Xbox lobby shit-talking that he does, and we're no strangers to shit.
One sec, chat.
Posting. In fact, it's kind of one of our key areas of expertise, so we're happy to engage in a shitpost war with a war profiteer. After taking a quick break to celebrate Christmas with NVIDIA using our sick Photoshop skills and not AI, we were focused on Palantir. Palantir is the company that markets its software as being,
our product is used on occasion to kill people.
And Jensen Huang is the guy who just said that NVIDIA is going to
accelerate everything Palantir does.
Some have wondered. Well, no, currently you're not going to be able to do anything. Currently, ICE has the full federal protection, so no matter what you try and do, there's no coming out of that on top for you, right? ICE is given a license to kill straight up. It's just the reality that you have to contend with right now. But with the next administration, assuming there's going to be a next administration, things might be different. Hey Ruby, how you doing, love?
What went down? GNCA viewer and haver of excellent username Tux Sudo on Twitter tweeted, quote, wasn't ever expecting Gamers Nexus to make a video on Palantir, but it's become so prevalent and invasive, here we are, end quote. Eliana Yunus, head of strategic engagement, responded, saying, quote, let me fix it for you. Wasn't ever expecting Gamers Nexus to make a video on Palantir, but it's become so polarizing due to misinformation and an abundance of fear-mongering BS, so a lot of content creators are leading into it to generate a lot of clicks, so here we are, end quote. Now, we immediately clicked to Eliano's profile and found that he's a walking billboard for Palantir. In fact, he might have more Palantir logos on his Twitter page than we have GN logos in our main set. Well, let me tell you that's impressive. After pointing this out, Eliano attempted to correct us to note that we had missed a couple logos. Unfortunately, despite all the surveillance technology in the world, even Eliano missed one of the Palantir logos. Now, he's decked out in Palantir drip. This just feels gross to say, because he's the head of strategic engagement. Now, you might be asking, what does the head of strategic engagement do? And his formal job title at Palantir is Vibes, which makes sense given the vibe tweeting. Maybe the head of strategic engagement is because Twitter guy and merch guy don't sound as good. I mean, between those two roles, maybe we're not so different after all. Formerly, he was the strategic engagement and US government partnerships lead at Palantir. Before that, he he was simply evangelist. On the XKCD scale of evangelism, Eliano leads towards the people who open bananas from the other end of the intensity spectrum. That's because he really likes Palantir.
My job is rooted in the fact that I'm obsessed with Palantir.
And his job at Palantir is to
that's
control the narrative. That's not our work.
That's
A lot of people not at Palantir were trying to tell the story of what Palantir did and didn't do. And quite frankly, I was sick and tired of it. I was sick and tired of people with bad intentions, many of them who are actually here. I was sick and tired of them telling our story. And so I took it upon myself to develop relationships, taking that skill from the nonprofit sector of telling stories, raising money. I wanted to do that for Palantir. And so I built relationships with think tanks.
He went from non-profit to Palantir, did he? That just sounds filthy. That is some nightmare shit. Hold the fuck up, what's wrong with opening bananas from the other end? I'm gonna be honest with you, I never get the banana people fighting, because I just grab a knife and I cut both ends off, and then I take the skin off, and then I just eat all of the shit in the middle, you know, the good shit, the banana. I never know which end you're allowed to eat and which end you're not allowed to eat, so I just get rid of both of them fuckers, and the problem's solved. Because everyone has, like, their own, like, fucking banana strategy. Like, bro, I just want to eat. You do weird shit with your banana. And then you've got banana purists and shit. Banana, you know? Just banana.
Tank experts that were covering AI, that were covering government, and basically I showed them demos. I didn't want to sell them anything. I just simply said, this is what we're doing. If you have questions, here I am. And develop those relationships. And then we started to get invited to speak on panels, and we started to control more of the narrative.
Summon Defector Untal. I'm guessing. Oh, so this is a boss fight then, right? I'm guessing. Why the fuck else would I get a summon here?
Around what the company does and doesn't do.
And he tries to do just that. Wired previously wrote that Eunice threatened to call the cops when Wired asked questions at their booth at a trade show. He's not the only one at Palantir doing this either. Jack Paulson on Substack posted a photo captioned, quote, security guards demanding the author's ejection from the SCSP AI Expo Hall as a result of filming their ejection of a France 24 correspondent, end quote. That one attributed to Taylor Campbell of Palantir. Writer Caroline Haskins said, quote, Palantir told me I was banned from its booth at a tech conference, didn't give a reason, and threatened to call the cops if I came back, end quote. She said, quote, Palantir has become increasingly defensive towards perceived critics, end quote. To that, head of strategic engagement and author of Definitely Not Defensive 497-word tweet, Eliano Yunus responded. His response said he's going to call out Haskins for, quote, shatty, end quote, journalism. Oh shit. The real Slim Shady just stood up. You'll act like you never seen a drone fly before. Among other ramblings, Slim Shady Yunus said that it's unethical for a reporter to quote people in a public space at a trade show designed to promote products if those people are unaware they are speaking to a reporter. First of all, not how that works. Secondly,
bro just keeps spamming that one attack, and I don't like it, okay?
Is upset that somebody is listening to them and quoting them. I mean, it's just, the jokes kind of write themselves. Palantir, the company that's a war profiteer that publicly talks about how its product is used to kill people, is judging people on ethics, specifically because they're being listened to and watched. Sure. But back to the first point, reporters aren't cops. They don't have to reveal anything to you, especially at a public trade show where the product is being sold to people walking around, businesses that are at that show, and reporters who are also at it. Like, you don't have to reveal anything. And that's even assuming he's telling the truth about it not being revealed. Normally you have a badge that says press on it. But okay, Yunus shifts the narrative, which is his self-stated job, and changes the topic to ethical reporting, calls her report a, quote, hit piece, end quote, and then pulls more tricks out of the deflection bag of holding and claims his comments were taken out of context. And so the strategic tweeter, and man definitely not proving a point about being defensive, elaborated by—
God gave you hands for a reason, Chris. Yeah, it's so I can finger blast your mum. Get wrecked, bro.
by saying he would have gone to Alaska to mop floors
Probably should have
as
done
long
this
as it
without
meant
this,
working for
man.
Palantir, and that he is, quote, obsessed with the company, end quote. There's a word for that mentality. He closes by suggesting he or Palantir are owed an apology and complaining that reporters at a tech conference, quote, shoved the camera, end quote, in his face and shouted questions. That's right, just to, once again, not to put too fine of a point on it, but the Palantir guy was upset that somebody was recording him with a camera. That's all I have to say. Despite accusing...
Also, that's kind of what reporters do, right? Understandably upsetting if this happened, like if you got accosted in a fucking random Mackie D's when you're having lunch, or, you know, in your front garden or whatever. But I feel like you don't really get to be upset if it happens at an expo. Out of all the places where that could have happened, that seems like one of them, you know? That it really does.
Us at GNCA of spreading misinformation across multiple replies to other users. Eliano Yunus never once stated any actual misinformation in our video. We checked. He just continually reiterated that our report was, quote, BS, end quote.
Should I cop these? Is it going to be a big deal if I lose 24 insight right now? Because I've just noticed there is Fire Tool and Bolt Tool here that gives me unlimited use. Although it requires 15 of start, and I don't have that, so maybe later. But I should probably cop these, right? It's not going to be that big of a deal to lose 24 insight. How much can I get off of these skull thingamajigs that I keep looting? Do I have anyone currently watching who's, like, smart when it comes to Bloodborne? Because I ain't. Okay, I've got 27, so I feel like I'll get both of these. Now I'll have permanent thingies, and I can always just, if I need that much more insight, I can just get it, right? I can just literally use those scores because I've got plenty of them. I need 15 of the star attribute thingy. You have 27. It would appear so, yeah. Actually, it wasn't. How many was it? How many did I have in my inventory? 27, yeah. You need 40 more. Wait, do you mean that I need 40 scores in my inventory, or what are you saying?
And to that we say, it's okay, Eunice. You can swear on the internet. He never actually explained what the BS...
Yeah, but are you saying I have to have 40 more, as in 67 scores in my inventory? Or are you telling me that there is... that is the insight that I need to have active on my character?
was. So we replied, quote, an endorsement from the Palantir head of strategic engagement himself. Neat. I like when the company that talks about how you're only safe when you make someone else scared accuses others of fear-mongering. Happy to meet you on camera,
okay,
Eliano.
67 in the
it's
inventory,
strategic
okay.
engagement, right? So Palantir's head of strategic engagement replied, stating, quote, I think we fundamentally disagree on the concept of peace through strength. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Peace is...
I've heard people talk about 984. Obviously, I know what the book is about. Does he have some extra special edition of the book, or is that just how much the front page of the book fucks? Because that looks like a really cool book. It feels like one of those books that I would like to get and put on my cupboard. And if somebody asks, I tell them that I have read it, but in reality I haven't. I just heard enough people talk about it that it feels as though I've read it. But it just looks really cool, so I'm willing to lie, you know? Got him, haha. Mods, end him.
Strength. Wait, no, it doesn't say that part. The head of strategic tweeting continued, quote, you're upset that KrysSpeaks openly and proudly about equipping our warfighters with the best capabilities so they can deter America's enemies, or eliminate them when necessary. Furthermore, you aren't really grasping the integral role that software plays in preserving privacy and civil liberties while simultaneously allowing our government to protect us from threats. You have every right to question whether or not the government can be trusted, but to assume that Palantir is the tool that they are using to break the law... Wait, did he just write? Let's read that again. But to assume that Palantir is the tool that they are using to break the law shows the lack of accuracy in your research, end quote. Now, first of all, the plain English implication here, based on how that sentence is written, is that the government is breaking laws just with a different tool, but...
I think the next boss is Rom. How do I get to Rom? Can anyone tell me which little teleport is gonna Get me started on that journey. And then after that, we can go into the DLC. But I want to do at least... I want to do ROM and then do the DLC. If you believe that I should do the DLC now, let me know why, and then let me know how the fuck to start the DLC, because I don't know that either.
Let's move on. He continued, quote, I'm personally not going to meet you on camera, but shoot. I'll shoot you, but shoot. I'll shoot you a DM. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. A DM. Shoot me a DM. Sure. And we can work something out with one of my PCL colleagues or a member of the community. It's an important conversation to have, end quote. Now, the tweet strategist says that governments are using software to preserve civil liberties and protect us from threats. And this is all just for your protection. So, we have a response, of course, but let's just see what the internet had to say before us. All right, let's go through some of the internet's responses. Quote, as a veteran, man, do I hate the fucking term warfighter, end quote. Quote, did military engagement fighters not have the same ring to it, end quote. Quote, if service member is good enough for the life insurance plan, it's good enough for general usage, end quote. Quote, there's no fucking way that you're talking about preserving privacy. Your company does nothing but do its best to strip our privacy away, end quote. Quote, you guys are literally making surveillance software that will operate on American citizens against their will. Violating natural rights isn't peace through strength, it's tyranny. What a fucking sidestep response. Spying on Americans does not preserve civil liberties, Lamau. Wimpy Manlet, you are a fucking war criminal. Hey, can you describe your job in 3 words, or is it made up? Head of strategic engagement. So, the social media guy? The most overcomplicated way ever to say social media guy. Peak wanker job title. What a fake-ass sounding position. To assume Palantir is a tool used to break the law, my brother in Christ, you literally called it Palantir, like my murder cannon of death and suffering, TM, is totally safe and fun and used only for good and not a weapon at all, ass statement. I think you should be in jail. How's that for peace through strength? I love how you went from social media tough guy to I'm not gonna be on camera, someone else will. Bro, you gotta be the most bitch-made dude on the internet today, end quote. Jesus fucking Christ. Remind me not to fuck with you guys. Like, you guys are brutal. The internet is absolutely brutal. This is, I don't think do I even need to respond? I don't know that I need to respond after that. Jesus fuck. All right, well, look, mine's not gonna be as impassioned as some of these. I mean, I gotta give credit to the guy who said the murder cannon of death and suffering and trademarked it. That's pretty good. But let's just, we'll do our best here. Here's our response to the response of him responding to our response of our video response. First of all, Eunice said he wouldn't appear on camera, but he said we have a right to question the government. We see Palantir as an extension of the government, and Palantir may even agree with us. In a 2020 blog post, Palantir said,
Johnson,
quote, technology companies should be scrutinized, especially when their technology is used by governments, end quote. To Eunice, we replied with this, quote, big change in tone from you. Thanks for acknowledging that we have a right to question you and the government. We'll arrange a time to meet you at your office on camera.
I think that's literally his response, and what they're talking about now is like the most integral part of why all of this is fucked. It's it's what we were talking about in the last time we were watching Gamer Nexus as well. It's the fact that these people are in charge of a structure that does a thing to you, that when this thing is done to them, they get really fucking upset by it. And so if they get this upset, why are they doing this to me? Because, like, bro, it looks like these people get real fucking unhappy when there's a camera stuck to their face. And yet they want to attach one to mine. What gives?
To do so. All conversations and DMs will be considered on record and will be shared with the public. We'll be in touch, end quote. Eunice responded, quote, we are...
If you actually wanted to put effort into this, Johnson, you would have called me your little pierożek, not my little pierogi. I expected something better from you, mate. Chris and I have a special bond. You can't even be fucked to... You can't even be fucked to learn Polish for me. What's the difference? Pierogi is plural. It's the... when you have multiple of them on your plate, those are pierogi. When there's one, it's pieróg. Or, if you wanted to be cutesy about it, it would be pierożek. And you do want to be cutesy with me, okay? Because otherwise, bro, we're gonna change words.
All about tough questions and debate at Palantir. You rightfully made a video, I watched, and rightfully called BS. Love the fact that you want to come to our office. We will do something cool. Look forward to hearing from you. Beer cheers emoji, end quote. Sure. We'll do something cool. As for calling BS, Yunus was challenged multiple times by Twitter users and repeatedly stated that he could offer resources to debunk our report, but never once produced those resources. Users replied asking, and he ghosted them. But it might help to know more about the people who just, after the first rejection, accepted our attempt to appear on camera to talk about Palantir. Before working at Palantir, the head of strategic engagement, Yunus was the director of development for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library Foundation and Institute, which has proven a useful connection for him since the foundation has hosted Alex Karp in the past.
And safe means that the other person is scared.
Before that, Yunus worked for think tank CSIS as a campaign coordinator and executive officer. CSIS, or the Center for Strategic and International Studies, previously published an article titled, quote, Facial Recognition and Fear, end quote, in which it gaslights readers into thinking facial recognition at a global scale is totally safe and not abusable. CSIS wrote, quote,
Whoever has one pierog, I'm offended at the very implication. I'm just one person, though, so you wouldn't call me pierogi. It would be like if you wanted to call someone your sweet little potato and you called them my sweet little potatoes. Like, you wouldn't use plural like that, you know? Because it's just one. It's just one pierog. But it's pierożek because you want to be cute with it. Because that's what Johnson is. If nothing else, Johnson is a cutie pie.
It is particularly worrisome that many of the concerns expressed over facial recognition and AI are hypothetical. We would want to determine, for example, how many false arrests there have been because of the use of...
Have you heard the conspiracy that PC gaming is becoming so expensive to push people to subscription services? I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's a pretty well-reasoned logic, right? They want to push you towards the streaming services and shit. Oh, fuck me. That was a bad combo to be caught by there. I'm used to being able to stagger enemies, and I can't... Oh, no. Yep, I was going to say that frenzy's going to fill up, and I am dead. My simple response when people told me I should be okay with something is okay, you first. I agree with you. That's why I think what the European Union's trying to do with the chat control and chat monitoring as well, I think that there should be a simple premise set forward. Or not a premise, a proposition, rather. I think that every single person in the Euro Parliament and in the Parliament on like more local level who is in favor of chat controls should have to, for a period of 3 years, be subject to themselves, in a way that lets the public see their chats. And then if they go through that 3-year period and by the end of it they are happy with, you know, forcing it onto everyone, then they will still have to contend with everyone saying they don't want it, but at the very least they would have put their money where their mouth is. But they get real fucking upset when you suggest things like that. No, there's Z with a dot above it, not a G. It's pierożek, not pierogek.
Facial recognition technologies, end quote. Actually, it's probably better to think about those things before the false arrests happen. That would be preferable, and since 2019, there have been a lot more false arrests as a result of AI facial recognition technologies. If they had just addressed this in 2019 instead of hand-waving it and outright dismissing it, those might not have happened. Yunus's former employer, CSIS, also wrote this, quote, Americans say they want innovation, but innovation only comes with risk. Risk-free innovation is a non sequitur. Speaking of non sequitur, and we're not really going to get into this, but CSIS then randomly brought vaccination into the discussion about surveillance. Quote, why have so many Americans come to fear technology? One salient example is the anti-vaxxers who managed to change measles from a disease close to eradication to one that is again flourishing, end quote. We're not going to talk about that today, right? It's not really the scope of this. The point is,
I also don't think there's a big overlap between people who are against Palantir and AI controlling their day-to-day and anti-vaxxers. I can't help but think like those aren't particularly big. Those don't strike me as groups that have that much in common, you know? Why is everything so weirdly tanky in here? I'm not doing something that I should be doing, right? Oh, I'm stuck as fuck. There is something about, like, dealing damage to these creatures that I'm not doing. Either there's a weak spot somewhere, and I'm just not hitting the weak spot, or there is some kind of an elemental vulnerability that they have that I'm not exploring. In either case, I should not be doing 22 damage a hit, should I? I mean, I'll keep doing it, because this one seems really easy to deal with when I'm fucking it from behind. But, fucking it up from behind, sorry. Yeah, but that's the thing, Globalized. That's not what they're going to do, is it? Whenever the government gets fascistic levels of power, when do they ever go after the actual bad people? Like, there are nonces in the government right now who aren't being arrested, and the other folks in the government know about the noncing.
That is, by the literal definition of it, non sequitur, which is what they're trying to smokescreen and bullshit everyone else into thinking when they say they're concerned about facial recognition technology being installed all over the fucking world at this point. It's like, diseases have nothing to do with cameras spying on you and with facial recognition and with pre-crime. It is whataboutism and it's deflection, and it is completely unrelated to any of this. Quote, fears about facial recognition bear some similarity to the surge in conspiracy theories. Fears that government use of facial recognition technology will lead to the pervasive surveillance system seen in China are irrational, end quote. Now, they never say why it's irrational. It is literally the most direct line you can possibly draw. It's like 2 points that create a line segment, and probably the only difference is that China wished they had thought of this particular approach to it first, which is put the surveillance under private corporations under the guise of some sort of separation from government.
Do you think British or Polish food is better? I don't know a single person who thinks British food is better than literally any other type of food that you put it up against. I'll be honest with you, it's just, I don't know people who are fond of British food.
And then
it's not that it's that bad, it's just, like, all the best restaurants in the world are in London, and none of them do British food. Just to put in perspective what I mean, like, they all do foreign cuisines, and there's a reason for that.
Inflate them to boost the economy while also reducing civil liberties. That's probably really the thing that we innovate.
That UK does Indian food quite well. The UK does almost every type of food that is not British quite well. Like, the food in England is very, very good. It's just not English food, which is okay, right? It is what it is. But that is what it is. Polish food fucking slaps. The Polish food is very good, yeah.
Rather reflects declining confidence in government, particularly elected officials, to provide adequate oversight. They also wrote, quote, the disparity in views of facial recognition in Asia and the United States is also worrying. Facial recognition technologies are widely used in Asia, but there's been no outcry about discrimination, end quote. Actually,
actual real question, what in the fuck am I supposed to do about that spell? Because one of these hit me just now, and it did damage. Fish and chips are alright. To be fair though, to call fish and chips English food is... It's kind of bizarre. It's like if you called a fucking, I don't know... It's like if you called chicken and potatoes Polish food. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty basic as far as putting ingredients together goes. It's not... I don't know if it warrants being called like this type of country's food. Like, you can do fish and chips literally everywhere in the world. Every country does fish and chips. It's just putting fish and chips together. Okay, let's go. I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna... Never mind, I was gonna say I'm gonna take their assistance, but I get no iframes when I'm summoning someone, and I think I just lost my souls. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Go fuck yourself type spell. Yeah, I'm literally... This is good. This is a bean stream now. From now on, the next 3 hours, you're just gonna be watching me get killed by whatever the fuck this is.
There has been. In fact, the U.S. government has previously put a former Silver Lake investment, the company that helped Jared Kushner buy EA Games, on the entity list for publishing patents that describe using facial recognition technology to identify surveilled people's ethnic background, listing Uyghurs as an example of people ethnically identifiable via facial recognition technology. And that can happen here too.
That's not concerning at all.
In fact, it's already happening here. U.S. government agencies have used Palantir technology to surveil and profile people, including U.S. citizens. We talked about that in our last piece. So now we know more about Eunice's background. He's also a Palantir merch guy and ardent Palantir defender on Reddit and Twitter, two platforms known for constructive, thoughtful conversations and dialogue.
Bro,
Eliano regularly
it went through the wall.
But Palantir has it hard
be interesting.
A lot of people think they're evil. Quote, why don't the Palantir spying accounts like to engage in healthy discourse? End quote, wrote Eliano Yunus, who previously responded to healthy discourse with, quote, you're such a dumb fuck, Sam, end quote, and quote.
What about a full English breakfast? Full English breakfast involves more than 2 things though. Fish and chips is chips and fish. Like even the gravy or the peas that usually come with it, they're like largely optional. With full English, at least, you've got like 5 different things going.
If you're upset now, it's gonna get worse. Much worse.
I'm sorry. That's a bit of a self-report on that one as well, isn't it? Palantir telling us it's gonna get much worse. I mean, to be fair, we all know, right? We are well aware of that fact.
Take care, big boy, end quote. But as long as the posts aren't, quote, low IQ, end quote, or critical, they're seemingly acceptable. When he's not defending surveillance technology, he's defending crew necks or high prices.
I didn't realize that.
Shirts and hoodies, which somehow even exceed YouTuber merch prices. But edgelord's gonna edgelord. Let's get back to the core of this piece, which is what Palantir actually fucking does. And in this case, we're gonna talk more about some of the surveillance contracts that Palantir has, since this is seemingly what Eliano Yunus was trying to, quote, call BS on, and we'd be happy to talk to him some more about that once we get up to DC to talk to them. As the merch guy Yunus took heat for selling Palantir hoodies that cost $100, he said he was trying to reduce cost and prices, quote, will go down eventually, end quote, after which the prices went up by $40. Now, and I promise this is going to be relevant.
I'll be honest with you, I'm super fucking happy when companies like Palantir sell merch, because why is my weapon unwound again? I didn't click the fucking button to do it. That's annoying as fuck. I'm super happy when companies like Palantir do merch, because I feel like anyone wearing that shit is just self-reporting, and I will take it, bro. Like, it saves me needing to, that's a weird tentacly fucking spell right there. It saves me needing to, like, I don't even need to ask about your opinions on anything at that point, you know? Like, I know. Yep, that's, I really don't like this guy. Really don't like this guy. But yeah, Palantir merch is great. I reckon every single person who's into Palantir should be given one of those t-shirts for free, and then I just know which people need to go first. It's just like immediately, right off the bat, fucking sorted out, bruv. Everything I need to know about you, done.
In a moment, if you're wondering why a Palantir hoodie would cost $140, it's because
like
Palantir,
MAGA hats, literally, yes,
quote, is a lifestyle brand, end quote, selling merch and ice.
It is a lifestyle brand. It's a lifestyle ending brand.
A beautiful company that is backed by a beautiful product and people that really care about doing good things.
Now, our concerns remain for tools that companies like Flock Cameras, and Palantir produce for software enabling surveillance and spying by private companies that can buy, trade, and sell this data to use to create complete profiles on everything you do, everywhere you go, and also by governments to be used on the general population. This is not a new concern, but this is the core of our concerns, and we don't want to get too distracted from that, because like we talked about last time, this kind of stuff, surveillance just in general, not just Palantir, can be used for anything from military use cases, which is where Palantir sort of specializes, to things that are more focused on just making profit. For example, monitoring where you go, stand, and what you consider buying in a grocery store using existing data out there about you, your financial and...
Jesus fucking Christ, speaking of grocery stores and AI, did you guys see that absolutely fucked design idea? To be fair, it was some lunatic on, I think it might have been LinkedIn actually, so you know this is like proper lunatic that I'm about to introduce you to. Bro, LinkedIn is a weird environment. I'll tell you, LinkedIn is like 50% just regular, normal fucking corporats doing what corporats do, such as myself. And then you've got proper unhinged cunts on there. Like fucking, let me tell you about how I can ensure the optimal fucking protein intake by eating babies type of unhinged motherfucker. And they posted on Main, bro, on an account that has their name attached to it. This dude was talking about this idea of essentially what you'd have is the All the prices in grocery stores would dynamically update based on availability of produce and time of day to determine, like, so if it was in the morning, for example, where people don't usually go and buy milk, milk would be cheaper. But then if it was mid-afternoon, let's say when people, or early evening, when people finish their shift and they want, oh, shittos. When people finish their shift and they're going to do their shopping, then milk would be significantly more expensive because now the demand for it is higher. And that's just like a dystopian nightmare. Doesn't even begin to describe how thoroughly fucked of a premise that is. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that the fucking hentai tentacle just got me there. Didn't a fast food place do this? Dude, if that... A moment any store that I go to does that, I'm never going to that store again. I'm going to Google who their biggest competitor is, and I'm going to start investing money into whoever's going to try and put them under. Like, that... It's just nightmare fuel of an idea. Just an actual fucking nightmare fuel. I want to try something here. I don't think this is a particularly good idea, but I'm going to give it a go. I have no reason to suspect why bolt paper would be good against that motherfucker up there. But I'm gonna try it anyway. You think you can outvote this? I can't really speak because of the TOS when I want to say what I think I can outdo it with.
Economic situation to fine-tune and adjust the price to optimize it to just the point below where you wouldn't buy it anymore, pushing everybody just to the limits of what they can afford. This is a thing that is actually happening, especially in some grocery chains in the United States. The surveillance it has wide-reaching implications.
I don't know. Who the fuck designed this spell? What am I not getting here? I dodge too early, I get fucked. I dodge too late, I get fucked. I dodge right on time, and then I get hit by the second barrage that comes from the top. Who designed this particular enemy? What happened here? There is a story behind this, and I want to know. Does anyone know?
Just evil use, I mean, well, that's pretty evil, but it's a different kind of evil. In 2018, The Verge reported on a predictive policing system that Palantir was allegedly working on with the New Orleans police. The Verge said the system was, quote, essentially a predictive policing program that purports to predict which people are likely drivers or victims of violence, end quote. Further, The Verge uncovered Palantir documents that are now available on Document Cloud. One document, titled NOLA Murder Reduction, includes the data sources analyzed in Palantir's software. The data includes public safety records, police reports, gang databases, building details, and camera registries, among other sources. We're back to the Minority Report precogs with this one. Shockingly, or maybe not, Palantir declined to comment to The Verge. In a subsequent article, The Verge said New Orleans' contract with Palantir had ended. In a recent example, government documents from April described how Palantir is working with the U.S. Immigrations and Customs to build what media called an Immigration OS for data analysis and surveillance. According to federal documents that we dug up on a General Services Administration website, Palantir's Immigration OS software serves several key functions. Immigration OS would help ICE with, quote, targeting and enforcement prioritization, end quote, which includes, quote, streamlining selection and apprehension operations, end quote, of
ICE, of course, ICE. Urgently requires the following systems, capabilities, and outcomes. Targeting and enforcing prioritization, which includes streamlining selection. Jesus fuck, he's reading these now, isn't he?
Criminals, and Immigration OS would cite with, quote, targeting and enforcement prioritization, end quote, which includes, quote, streamlining selection and apprehension operations, end quote, of criminals and people who have overstayed a visa. Additionally, the software would support, quote, self-deportation tracking, end quote, with, quote, near real-time visibility into instances of self-deportation and integration with enforcement prioritization systems, end quote. Nothing says lifestyle brand like building stuff that tracks people in near real time. And whatever your belief on immigration and legal or illegal immigration, none of it really matters here because this stuff can all be turned against anybody. And in fact, citizens have already been arrested in connection with technologies like this, with surveillance.
Max, how are you doing? I feel like the part of the problem here, so ICE is requesting access to technology that they, in a roundabout way, at least already have some level of access to, and they just don't give a fuck. It's like they're asking about technology that can bring up if somebody's overstayed their visa or whatever. They already have a lot of shit for this. They just don't care. They walk up to brown people and accost them, and you either produce your passport and you fucking pray to God you're just the right kind of brown that they are in the mood for today, or otherwise you're gonna get brutalized, potentially killed, or maimed, and then deported, or like locked up, even if you're an American citizen.
Technologies that are being deployed, and we had the example previously where private company AI facial recognition technologies lead to wrongful arrests, where people then are awarded potentially millions of dollars when they are proven right that it was a wrongful arrest because the police trusted an AI facial recognition technology that had a false positive, even though basically none of the other demographic information matched, such as height, age, eye color, and profession, things like that.
I don't understand how
anyway,
the fuck it's
as
a
for the
positive
lifestyle
when
brand,
none
maybe
of
we'll
that
get our
shit
version of
matches.
social credit score for repping Palantir drip when the surveillance cameras see us. Additionally, the ICE document said, quote, Palantir is the only source that can provide the required capabilities and prototype of immigration OS without causing unacceptable delays, end quote. Those spelling errors would be embarrassing if they came from a federal agency after English was designated the official language of the United States.
Get fucked.
Further, ICE said Palantir systems, quote, are already ingesting and processing data from multiple ICE, DHS, and external sources necessary to deliver these capabilities. This allows ICE to leverage the existing infrastructure already in the ICE environment to accelerate the timely delivery for Immigration OS, end quote. Now, it's unclear what data the so-called
Immigration OS. I've just glanced over. I thought he's just poking fun at them by calling it that. I didn't realize this is what it's actually going to be called. Immigration OS, chat. That's America 2026.
External sources that they're referring to provide. Now, the reason we're getting into all of this sort of ICE and ICE use of Palantir software is because Palantir regularly insists that it is not a surveillance company. So it's not about immigration and what we or anyone else thinks about that. It's about the fact that Palantir says they don't do surveillance. And they say that, we think, because they want to make sure people's guard is down and people think that it's not used in this way. It's used for...
You have a lot of this in America. I mean, we have this as well, to be fair. It's just in America it's been rolled out more than in here because it's just like, I think it's just to do with like the price of technology and shit. But you guys have a lot of these license plate readers, right? I don't know if you know, because I don't know how much of a common knowledge it is, but those aren't license plate readers. Those are like legitimate fucking... Those are legitimate cameras that record everything. Even if... I'm pretty sure that on the official website for the fucking company that is doing this for the government, that is installing these, it literally says that it's not a problem if the vehicle doesn't have a license plate because they record all the necessary information. I've talked to a friend recently, he's a white guy from Utah, and couldn't fathom why I say ICE is a problem. He'd probably cheer for this. To me, any American who cheers for what ICE is doing is just, frankly, just a lost cause. Because I don't know what else it could be. Hold on, because I've got a key. Where can I use this key? Lunarium key. Key to the Lunarium facing the lake, Bergenworth, floor 2. Bergenworth. Why does that sound familiar? Have I been there? Is that an area they've already explored? Gappy almost got arrested because he got spotted by one of those. That doesn't surprise me at all, yeah. Given Gappy's skin color. Okay, this is Bergenworth. That's why it sounds familiar, because this is where the fuck I am. Yeah, now, yeah. How you doing, Snowy? That's a creepy fella. He's just gonna point, is he? Is he doing anything else than moaning in this chair over here? Is moaning kind of all I'm getting with him? Oh, this seems like a place to eat.
Things like Lowe's Logistics, as NVIDIA and the Palantir team said, or it's used for war or something like that. But actually, this company that says it's not really a surveillance company sure seems to do a lot of surveillance stuff. So, for example, in another document we found about Immigration OS from October, ICE said Palantir would continue to, quote, refine the deployed operational solutions that streamline identification of aliens who are out of status, prioritize based on risk factors, provide targeting data to the field in support of daily apprehension.
These are some creepy fuckers. I hope nobody's got arachnophobia. If you do, you might not want to pay attention to the screen for a little bit, because I'm fighting some weirdo spiders here.
Operations and inform custody determinations and track the status of deported aliens, allowing for officers and agents to have real-time data in the field, end quote. This is a description of a very surveillance-rich piece of software coming from ICE itself, a customer of Palantir, considering that Palantir insists that it is not a surveillance company. But Palantir works with ICE to provide software, and to quote the EFF, ICE just went on a, quote, surveillance shopping spree, end quote. The EFF cited a Georgetown Law Center report stating that ICE had, quote, scanned the driver's license photos of 1 in 3 adults in the country and, quote, had access to the driver's license data of 3 and 4 adults, end quote. It also says that, quote, ICE was tracking the movements of drivers in cities home to 3 and 4 adults, end quote, and that ICE utilizes surveillance dragnets, utility records, and data collection to track people, including citizens. Just recently, and shortly before publishing this video, ICE shot and killed a 37-year-old American citizen in Minneapolis. ICE had deployed 2,000 agents to Minnesota a few days prior in the, quote, largest immigration operation ever, end quote. As part of the operation, the Department of Homeland Security said it had arrested more than 1,000 people in Minnesota. After the killing, the Minneapolis mayor had a message for ICE.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Now, this is highly relevant to the topic today. ICE is an agency that claims to be dedicated to immigration enforcement. They are actively deploying technology against American citizens born in the United States to surveil them. So these are people who shouldn't even really fall under ICE. ICE has arrested and detained hundreds of people, including more than 170 U.S. citizens, according to ProPublica. Palantir has profited from ICE contracts for years, including multiple multi-million-dollar deals within the last year, according to documents on the Federal Procurement Data System. However, ICE is just one of many federal agencies that work with Palantir. Other agencies include the Army, FBI, Air Force, National Institutes of Health, IRS, and U.S. Special Operations Command. According to USAspending.gov, the federal government has awarded $3.6 billion to Palantir, with the Department of Defense as the top bankroller. The Department of Homeland Security, which also includes ICE, has spent the third most with Palantir. The company also recently landed a $10 billion contract through 2035 with the Army. In its last quarterly SEC filing, Palantir reported that 55% of its revenue came from government sources for the 9 months that ended on September 30th, 2025, and 73% of Palantir's revenue came from U.S. customers. The U.S. government is Palantir's sugar daddy, and maybe that makes sense why NVIDIA is cozying up to them. The two have spent a lot of time courting the U.S. government. So looping that back in too, Eunice said we have a right to question the government, which wasn't really what we were doing, but okay. And as we said before, we see Palantir as an extension of the government. So accepting his invitation to question the government, Palantir makes millions of dollars from U.S. government and taxpayer dollars. Palantir may want to change its public perception to be seen more positively, which seemingly is why it now calls itself a lifestyle brand through the words of Eliano Yunus himself. But selling merchandise won't be able to whitewash how its technology is used for surveillance and for targeting. And Palantir's tagline is, quote, software that dominates, end quote. But we told Palantir that we'd arrange a time to meet with.
Real fucking unfortunate. Man, the US has gone full dystopia. The whole thing is just beyond fucked. I'm listening to this and I'm not saying anything because I have literally, I have nothing to say. I don't know what I could possibly say with how fucked this is. That's another thing that bothers me is that this spokesperson, AI vibes cunt, whatever his actual formal role is, he's just lying. You know what I mean? They're lying, and there are going to be no consequences for this whatsoever. The CEO of Palantir is talking about how the other guy needs to be afraid for their thing to be effective, and he wants, what was it that he said earlier? He wants fentanyl-laced piss to be fired at analysts who go against Palantir by drones. That was literally what he said, right? That he would want drones to fucking by a fentanyl-laced piss on the analyst that went against them. Like, that is such an unbelievably, just straight up, unhinged fucking thing to say.
Them. We have an email out now to Palantir's PR team. Check your inboxes, please, to arrange a visit. And as we said, all of our conversations with Palantir will be treated as on record, and we will share the information with you. Palantir, when you're watching this, let's be 100% fucking clear, not a single goddamn thing will be off record, all right? All of it is on record. As a closing point, we'd like to formally enter into Palantir's video editing competition.
Piss firing drones, no wonder Trump likes them. I bet you if he could have, he would have used it against the Ford employee. And also, Unix, 15 stream streak. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that Ford employee is an absolute fucking giga chad. Unfortunately, he is 100% fired now. Fingers crossed he manages to raise some money on that GoFundMe. The ICE agent who killed Renee Good has raised, I think, $250,000 as of me last checking on GoFundMe over, you know, the very traumatic experience of shooting a wine mum in her head 3 times in a row.
On December 2nd, Eliano strategically tweeted that people good at creating and editing videos would receive some free Palantir fit for the best 45-second cut of a Palantir Carp edit. Now, we're good at creating and editing videos, so here's our attempt at it.
We stand for the rule of law.
I had all sorts of fantasies of using drone-enabled technology to exact revenge.
We are highly ethical, but don't believe us on that. Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
We are very comfortable being unpopular. You know, you're unpopular. It's not pleasant. You're not going to like it. I don't like it, actually.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Not only was the patriotism right, the patriotism make you rich.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
I am as obnoxious in private as I am with...
There is something, if not for the fact that this is gonna, you know, end humanity, there would be something almost entertaining about the idea that this is Republicans who are currently in charge of this. I know that Dems have done nothing to alleviate any of this, and I imagine they had... Oh, fucking magic. I imagine they had Palantir contracts all the same, because they've said that this has been going on for years, right? But it's Republicans that have voted to put a government in power that wants to spy on their own populace. Like, this is as anti-freedom as it gets. You know what I mean? Like, this should be antithetical to everything that Republicans represent, to everything, fuck me, that they are, or that they're supposed to be anyway. I think that just killed me, didn't it? Yeah, that did just kill me.
You?
Eliano Yunus originally declined.
Yeah, but consider this, the people giving that ICE agent money, conservatives, so net negative income for the right. Well, except for the conservative who gets that income though, right?
Before we pushed, at which point he accepted on behalf of Palantir. We won't hold the initial declination against him, and from one merch guy of strategic engagement to another, we'll even offer him a surveillance-free GN t-shirt when we visit. So, that's the plan. We'll be in touch with Palantir if they respond, if they were serious about their invitation the second time they responded. But this is the company that responded to us. The fact that Palantir responded to us is still baffling to me, but here we are. We're looking forward to learning more about them. And as always, you can support us directly on store.gamersnexus.net as part of our AI Dystopia series of video coverage, where we have reports on this company's partnership with NVIDIA previously. That's the one they were sensitive about and responded to very defensively. And you can support us also by subscribing or going to patreon.com/gamersnexus. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Change of plans. We're going to start the DLC.
We ruffled some military-industrial feathers.
Stop. We've already watched this. We're going to start the DLC. I'm going to level up. I'm going to get Arcane or whatever the fuck it was to 15 so I can use unlimited bolt paper. I'm going to come back here stronger and then I'm going to fuck up the spider. But for now, I need to figure out how do I start the DLC in Bloodborne? How to start the DLC. We're going to do some Googling. Yeah, Palantir remains nightmare fuel. Once the conversation happens, I will literally 100% watch it, and we are going to react to it. I have no idea, pearly things. You can decide, actually. We either have the Nick Shirley interview, or we can do the pearly things debate. I feel like both would be fine. The pearly things debate is shorter, I think. Yeah, the pearly debate should be around 40 minutes. The Nick Shirley interview is 1 hour. So to be fair, they're both sort of not really that long by any means. We need a laugh. If you need a laugh, then this might be this Nick Shirley interview might actually be better. I don't know if you've watched it or not, but the Nick I've seen, you know what? I've seen clips from this, so we're gonna play this and either a special ed interview or special ed debate. You are in for a treat, chat, if you haven't watched this yet.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying.
Oh, Leonard, you get ready for it, bro. You're going to have that reaction through and through.
And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't.
I'm sorry. I did not expect the allegedly to be blasted out like that. Oh god, this is gonna be a... This is it. This is gonna be it's gonna be a whole thing, isn't it?
See children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere?
Yeah,
these businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there, and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
I take my kids here.
Oh, did they fucking teleport them? Is there a cabal of underground children that they can pull up real fucking quick when they're under fire and their scam is about to be exposed? What do you mean a day later they had the kids there?
O'clock to 10.
They sent out the kid signal. Jesus Christ, do not tell the people who are using Grok right now that that's a thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child?
Why are all the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't I just go there and look at the children? I don't know, bro. Maybe because anyone who might want to do that comes across like a pedophile?
This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear?
Human trafficked into daycare. Oh my, hold on. I am having a fucking, holy shit. There is a movie. Hold on, I am fucking, the wisdom is pouring into my head, okay? The insight has gotten to me. There is a 2006 movie called Little Man, where there is this dude who, basically the law goes that he just has like a disease that makes him so very small, right? Like he's got a condition, rather, I should say, not a disease. And it's basically just this dude's face transposed onto a face of a child. And I can just imagine all this fucking Somalians, they've unleashed the Roblox signal and they got a bunch of people like this. Hold on, because you can't see, can you? I'm talking to you about this. They've unleashed the fucking bat signal and and it's just a bunch of this everywhere, you know? It's just someone like this just fucking rolling in. Just ready to talk to you about all the Somalian children. It's actually real, it's actually true. It's full of little men, you know? It's so fucking stupid, man. It's so unbelievably dumb.
And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child.
Where's that, Johnson? I have to pull that up as well. I remember that. Bro, that is unironically one of the best fucking clips on the internet. Holy shit.
Get off the bus, yo! Get off the bus! Oh my God! What the fuck? What do you mean? Crazy, yo! Yo, get up! You okay? That's not a kid. Fuck. That's a grown ass man. That's not a kid.
This is so fucking stupid. I love the reaction. That's not a kid. That's a grown-ass man. And it's just his face there. I want to know the story, though. I want to know what the fuck happened. That he tried getting on the bus. Like, what was... There is law to that, and we deserve the law.
And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I film my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then, a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed, while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
Well, you know, This happens through and through, and I actually can't tell if Nick is a fucking idiot or if he's genuinely not able to keep up with the conversation.
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was saying that they were open after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
You know what?
So
I'm
you
on
feel
his
like there's
side
kind
now.
of like...
Nick has the IQ level of a toddler. They should have let him in. Thing is, they did let him in. He just came there outside of business hours. I bet you that if he came at like 1:50 p.m. so they can have at least 10 minutes to try and figure out how fucking stupid he is, they would have probably genuinely let him in. Leonard saying was reminded of this from the bus clip. Hold on. Let me see what is this? What we're looking at here.
And then he says, move. She says, no. He says, move. She says, no. Bitch, move. She moves. And then he looks at the cabinet. He walks to the cabinet. Get close to the cabinet. Now he's opening the cabinet. Now pause the movie, cause what I'm about to say to y'all is so damn twisted. Not only is there a man in his cabinet, but the man is a midget.
Where do you get these from? Like, what do you have to do for this to come across your feed? What is that, Marak? We can watch that in a little bit.
Like some non-profit industrial complex type of deal happening.
For sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somalian population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population.
It is important to note that the 89% figure does not represent the entire Somali population in Minnesota. Minnesota is home to the largest Somali American population in the United States, with estimates ranging around 80 to over 100,000 people.
So what do you think?
Oh, so is it saying that 89% of people on who receive support are Somali? Is that what the statistic is then?
The solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So,
what the fuck is he on about?
And then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Do you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Watts has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019. 26, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen, billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million in fraud. Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-style and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive health.
What do you mean they couldn't give you a rate? A healthcare rate? What does that sentence mean? Like, was he asking for specific procedures, or?
Care is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here
I do hope that they vetted him, though.
Inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who has given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and the screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know who it is?
And that's public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up?
Yeah, David, all those numbers are straight from the Capitol.
So a couple days ago, Minnesota State Representative
was just wandering around the building asking for healthcare rates. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I fucked this dude up. No shot. How can he? No, there's no way that he did, right? Because nobody's this fucking stupid.
Healthcare right here. Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands, Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right. We will not get any healthcare here. David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been.
He's such a fucking moron. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is gonna feel like ableism real soon, isn't it?
Lisa DeMuth said that
it is a literal Tomorrow's Teachings character. He really is. How old is he? Do we know how old he is? Because he seems young, but not that young. You know what I mean? Such a strange place. Walks down a hallway of a very normal building. Bro, he walks up to a random lady and asks for healthcare rates when he's got a dude with a camera and 2 dudes wearing a balaclava behind him, and he's surprised that people are a little bit fucking taken aback when the question he's asking doesn't actually mean anything. Even if he asked for insurance rate, I feel like that would at least make marginally more sense, but he's asking for healthcare rate. It's like the fucking, it's like Pokemon, you know how they've got this like little fucking fridge thingamajig that they just put Pokeballs inside of, and you just got a flat rate and they heal everything. You're just dead ass looking for one of those. 23, nobody likes you when you're 23. I feel like I was pretty well liked when I was 23. I've always been well liked. feel like when you're 23, you should know a little bit better, though. You know, like... It makes me wonder if there's nobody around him as well who, like, cares about his well-being. You know what I mean? Because he is a proper muppet. He fucking died to getting stuck. That's not cool. I wish Palantir only happened inside Batman's universe. Unfortunately, not only is it happening inside Batman's universe, but apparently, fucking Polish Ministry of Defense got a contract with Palantir, which I didn't even know about, and that saddens me very deeply. Turning 23 this year. Oh, little babby. Happy birthday for when you do turn 23. It's a magical time, Strepan. Magical time in one's ear.
Had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview. So her staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out, and she works inside the government, so she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about fraud. Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level to the point where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're giving people 20-week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of dollars over the past few years going to fraud. It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government.
What's the... So we shouldn't give people paid time off because there's fraud? Is that what the intelligence extraordinaire is saying? That's pretty fucking extreme. Poor people in Minnesota. Like, fuck you, you don't get time off. There's fraud. That's more important for me to deal with. Sounds like a pretty good platform for the upcoming Republican fucking candidate, though, not gonna lie.
Has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, you know, it's like the same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, you know, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have...
Nick doesn't know. Nick doesn't understand that they're talking about him. This is so unfair, though. This is so unfair. I feel so sorry for him. Not really, because he's an absolute dipshit, but he actually, like, he genuinely can't keep up. Oh, fuck is this? This seems like a trap.
Got checks from the DNC.
Through, like, a paid influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, why? I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA influencer Nick Shirley.
Yeah, when I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all like which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more.
It's so It's so not fair that he's fucking with him like this. It feels like he's just like, it's a punching bag.
Using them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry. That's why they hate us. That's why they will never give us credit.
He's fucking
and
with
so
him.
when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views, then they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video. Yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time. It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, just moving around and doing your videos, and so I was like stoked to see it was great meeting you the first time.
I remember I first saw you and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, and ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023, but had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends, playing football, basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun, hanging out with friends, riding your bike around.
And you said the church, what kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just, we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior, he's my savior, he's everyone's savior.
Thank you. So what do you think's the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday, follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible. One of your earliest videos that you now deleted.
He's just too stupid to understand he's making fun of him. He's doing it in like a really, really interesting way though, because to be fair, it can only work if you're talking to a particular fucking moron. But he keeps baiting him into conversations that disprove what he was just saying a second ago. Like he was moaning about these fucking biased YouTubers and how he doesn't like being described as a right-winger and instead he should be described as a journalist. The fuck is this? That's an angry big motherfucker that I am doing no damage to. Ah. Worries me. Oofta boofta. This one's gonna take time.
Was about some of those loopholes.
Oh yes, about soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Is it real though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they.
Soaking. Why is Nick? Does Nick not understand that it? They're gonna talk about soaking. Bro, he was invited to discuss... he was invited to discuss the fucking Somalians, and he's gonna talk about soaking. Ain't nothing wrong with soaking. There is if you're a Mormon. To anyone who's in my audience who doesn't know what soaking is and doesn't understand like this Mormon shit and religion, soaking is the cope that some Mormons, because Mormons aren't allowed to have sex before marriage, so some of them have this cope, which is that they put the penis in, but they don't thrust, so they just soak it in the vagina. And that's allowed. That one's fine. Because, you know, it's the thrusting that's the act of sex, not the putting it in there. So you can soak it, you just can't thrust.
Might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, oh, 100%.
Mormons show up at the door, do they got the right response regardless of purpose?
You actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think that's like my biggest advantage, that I don't really have many vices. Whether it be pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine. That stuff doesn't tempt me.
And you feel like living a clean life that way gives
And
you
your
like a
friend is
journalistic
allowed to jump on
superpower
the
that
bed
allows
while it's
laser
happening.
focus so you can
Yeah,
just become a
true.
content machine?
No.
Well, it's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had
Would
some
I be
years.
able, but if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking
working,
about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Aside from the recent stuff, what pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas are real after going there. Because I came this close to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house.
And that helps how? Or are they touch starved that the woman's muscles are enough for him to come? You do the soaking, and then your friend gets on the bed, and your friend's jumping up and down on the bed. So you... Fuck. Shit! Okay. Oh. So the thrusting happens, but you're not the one who does the thrusting. The gravity does the thrusting. So in the eyes of Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, the prophet to lead us to salvation, you haven't done the sex. It's your friend who was just being rowdy on the bed, you know? It's the Newton who sinned, not you. True. It's not your fault that gravity just does what it does, you know? It's the same with the backdoor cheat code. Because that's not sex either, okay? Because sex is only when you make babies out of it. So, if there are no babies, logically it cannot be sex, which means that it was just a little bit of backdoor exploration, you know? It's the Catholic special.
On the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun in your face?
Yes, and if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think so?
100%.
Você dá-lhe uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
Oh, wow, this is heavy.
É, aqui, entendeu? Não há paz.
Sim.
Paz para a polícia, fogo.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley lore is that you've met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did meet him. It was Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
Special guest right here.
Oh, we got special guests
No,
too.
listen,
Talk to him.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Just like that. Just like that.
And feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous
Yeah,
scenario.
no, I'd say the America hoods are about just as dangerous as the favelas. For instance, Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within Philly. Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence. Like, I loved your video you did in Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that like community really can make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area. I didn't practice my Spanish anymore, I lost it. Decided to go on this mission thing for our church, and they sent me to Chile, Santiago, and I learn Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption within inside the government, I just couldn't believe that. I met somebody at the border, she gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people?
It really it reads like he genuinely was, it almost comes across like he was a sheltered child, like at least in some aspects. And then he went out into the real world and he found out that crime exists, and he just cannot wrap his mind about how is it possible that humanity has been around for 2026 years and yet we still have not solved all the crime yet. Like, where the fuck are all of these people escaping to? Where are all of these bad criminals hiding when we're surrounded by giant ice wall and they should have run out of places to hide on our flat earth? And he's just really fucking flabbergasted by that. Like, he genuinely just he doesn't understand. How the fuck is that still happening? Like, what did Jesus die for if they still be doing crime?
People doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border for the first time, and I saw migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running away?
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the border on an executive Biden level and a state level?
Yeah. And I think like Governor Abbott, that was his way of like saying like F you to the to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead.
I saw the ticking. I did not see the fucking bombs around.
I didn't deal with it. And we'll get
He reads something. He reads about World War II and goes, somebody needs to do something about this Hitler guy. Genuinely, though.
Give him bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, like, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants.
Of course, the religious...
Me and you both did videos at the border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families were separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then to come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel? This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they end up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state for housing, they're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. Like, that's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they hopped the border in the first place because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and then I also bring my mom with me. She's like a producer on the channel, kind of.
So they're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America...
I'm sorry. Me, myself, and I, and my mum, you know, my mum, the cameraman. To be fair, that's probably the cutest thing he said so far, right? The notion of his mum just being there like, hell yes, son, we gonna show him. It's just so endearing. Just me, myself, and I, and me mum. For some reason, it reminds me of the Love Me Emperor meme. I'm not racist, I just hate Xenos, simple as.
America, we just sit at home and watch this on our TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show like what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcaster.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really like start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. And so there was no incentive to actually create.
The crazy thing to me, which doesn't get brought up super often, is the US in some cases directly destabilize their home countries, but then refuse to address people they help displace. It's a nuanced topic, but some conservatives pretend this problem just fell out of the sky. But these people are in the, obviously, for the longest time, we've been memeing about the fact that a lot of these people don't have values. But like in this specific case, these people just genuinely don't have any values. You can see that with Trump, right? Like anybody who genuinely cares about immigration, the first thing that you should fucking demand from your leaders when it comes to the topic of immigration is that they're above board with the reporting and with the numbers. If you're deporting people, I want to know how many. I want to know how you've done it. I want to know the effectiveness. I want everything to be as in the open as is possible so that I can see the effectiveness of what you're doing. And Trump's administration is stupid fucking secretive with all this shit, which is bizarre because they shouldn't be if they're actually doing it. The deporter-in-chief, right? What was the Angon? What's his name? I keep forgetting. The British prick, the Angon. Do you know who deported most? Do you know who deported most illegal immigrants? Obama. What's his name? Who am I thinking of? The cunt who was spying on everyone's phones. He had a lawsuit over it. Piers Morgan. That's the wank stain. Hey, Kshitsky, how you doing? Fucking Piers Morgan, bro.
It's political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody. And so...
Okay. Well, that was...
You couldn't really make those videos, and then when I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand like what he actually did by buying X. Because of him, you're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being able to get the video monetized. Yeah. If you can't get your video monetized, you can't make your videos. And so I think what Elon did really did change the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow, Facebook, they lifted their censorship, YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would have been possible.
Was there a part of you that was wondering why the Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did?
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes. And that was one of the first videos ever.
It is true. No one successfully made political content on YouTube until Elon bought X. That is a factual statement right there, Chido. Elon Musk changed the shape of our society by making it so that you can't use the word cisgender on social media anymore. But you can call black people the N-word. Because at the end of the day, it just is more important, isn't it? I always hated not being able to call a random black person the N-word, but the fucking cisgender, that's not a word, that's not real, that's a made-up word. Do you know who makes words up? Fake people. The wokies make words up. Language is famously a thing that does not evolve, and I will not be using words that I do not like, and you won't be using them either. Not legal anymore, bro. I really don't like these dudes, because I feel like if I fuck up one parry... it's gonna hurt. And when it hurts... I'm gonna lose my souls. Yep, I fucking got in my own head. How much was it that we've just lost? Like 40k? Oh, this is rough. I've lost like 4 fucking levels by now. Pain.
Where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th,
yeah,
which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet, is you just post and see what happens. Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just gonna be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing.
He doesn't understand. I feel like, okay, when I was 23, I wasn't the smartest guy around. But I don't know if I was this fucking stupid. Oh, I thought this was going to be a boss fight. Had I known this ain't a boss fight, I would have gone here quicker. That sucks.
That video, because they're sick.
Hey, what's up guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio. So statewide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass and figure out what the frick is going on. But before most people get the raw facts and data, the narrative is already being shaped. By who, you might ask? Both sides of the mainstream media. And to be honest with you guys, nobody is immune to algorithm-driven political hypnosis. So before we put boots on the ground, we like to get informed. Using what, you might ask? Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that compiles stories from all across the political spectrum and figures out who's saying what and what's probably true depending on who you're listening to. Ground News, which I have here on my phone, lets me know exactly how the same story is being covered across the political spectrum with added context like media bias, factual reliability, and information about what billionaire investors actually own the outlet that you are consuming news from. For example, as we can see here, when it comes to Minnesota daycare fraud, the right-leaning Christian Post headline reads, Minnesota fraud scandal exposes the real crisis facing the West. On the more left-leaning side, you can see NBCLA here says, Trump admin says it's halting federal child care payments to Minnesota after viral fraud claims. Not too hard to spot the bias there. Ground News. Something that also doesn't get enough attention at all is how many news stories aren't actually newsworthy at all. So Ground News also lets you see numerically how many verified sources are covering a story as it unfolds, so you can figure out if a story is legit or just phony baloney echo chamber nonsense. Ground News. As I mentioned, Ground News also tracks the ownership of publications, so you can figure out which investor may be pushing a narrative and why. For example, Channel 5 is owned by one man. Me. So when you're watching this, you know that it's kind of me going into this. Take it or leave it. Ground News. And guess what? You can subscribe right now for 40% off the unlimited access Ground News Vantage plan, which you can buy for yourself or send as a gift. Either way, it'll come down to less than $5 a month to scan the QR code on screen here or click the link below to sign up. I really believe in what Ground News is doing, and I hope that you do too. All right, back to the cabin in the wilderness of Utah where Nick Shirley's hiding out.
Like, what are they known for?
Africans?
No, Somalians.
Well...
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have apartment complexes in locations inside of Minnesota, white people have been pushed out?
White people?
Yes. Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
See. Somalians are known for piracy. So the Somalians that are in America have got to be some kind of pirates too. Is that more or less what we're saying here? It's like the theft is in their blood. Bro. I would say find God, but maybe the problem here is too much God.
Where'd they go?
They got pushed out.
Like to low-income areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went, but they're not there. Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag. Flag in Minnesota. Tim Watts said their other flag was racist. And he called people like me white supremacist for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, I guess, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting?
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is. And now they're defending fraud. Even if one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars? And out of the population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Fuck me.
Yes. Why isn't?
Am I supposed to be in this DLC, or is it a little bit too early for that? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? The damage output is fucking rough out here.
Any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis? There's white people, there's Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People have doxed me, there's death threats, I have 20%
How is that not clocked as
security.
racism? Oh no, it is. It is Amanax. He's just letting him talk. It's 100% been clocked. It's just the best thing that he can do with people like Nick Shirley is just let him talk. Like that's all that you need to do, really, because he's very happy to be listened to, you know. I don't think there's any need to. I've just realized that fucker that just killed me. Is he gonna have my souls now? Because if so, then we can just take the L on those, I reckon.
Because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these death threats? Like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick tock, Nick's Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception?
Photo, you can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick tock, Nick's Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy?
The dumbest thing about all of this that I want everyone to keep in mind, I mean, the death threats are always fucked up. They are always fucked up. There is, but I don't think that the thing here is that I don't think I haven't seen anyone defending the death threats. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, these are unhinged. Yeah, of course. The thing about this that is so particularly fucking entertaining to me is that this was being investigated for a while. People have gone to jail over this. People have been deported over this. Nick Shirley didn't break any fucking... Like, he didn't break any news. This was known about. He's just... All that he did is be a useful fucking tool for the Republicans to distract from the Epstein story once again. Okay, let's see if we can, let's see if I can retrieve my souls, or if they are gonna... If this dude's eyes are gonna be... Oh, no, maybe they are just... Maybe my souls are just lying there, then. Fingers crossed, maybe. I guess we'll see in a sec. Fuck. Okay, this is gonna be unpleasant. I'm a little bit out of ideas here, chat. I'm a little bit out of ideas. Okay, I need to bait the, I need to bait this dude to follow me for a little bit. I need to go around, and I need to attack. I need to attack the one that has... Where is the one that has my souls? It was here a second ago. Where the fuck has it gone off to? I want to get my blood echoes back. Give me... So we're going to resume the interview in a sec. I'm in full fucking focus mode here, chat. Bear with me. I'm going to get my souls. I'm going to fuck off from here. Okay, I'm not crazy, right? One of these had them a second ago.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
Maybe use Molotov.
He lost aggro, I think. Oh, there it is. There you are. Don't run away, cunt. Okay, nice. We're gonna cop these, and we are gonna fucking run. No. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna go the other way. We're gonna... I thought that was a lot of effort for 14,000 souls, I feel like. He literally says they've been investigating it since 2019 and it never adds up in that empty space he calls ahead. Well, no. It does add up. That's the... See, that's the thing. That's... You have outed yourself as an idiot, Neon. As an idiot, bro. You haven't even heard the big brain Nick here say that, bro, they've been investigating it for 7 years. How come they haven't stopped all fraud yet? If they were serious about this, the fraud would be no more, and yet the fraud is still up. Jesus fucking Christ. I find this entire area so thoroughly unenjoyable. I just want to find... There is a shortcut, and I want to find that shortcut, because I feel like I'm just getting fucking annihilated by everything here. Molotov? I don't think Molotov's going to be very useful there. Also, thank you for the biddies. I don't know if I already said that or not. This is what London is, pretty much. I've been in London, okay? I feel like this is marginally worse.
Crazy and messed up.
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance.
Well,
meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me a fascist. Meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady, she came up to me, she took her shirt off, started jumping all over me, and she said, I say Black Lives Matter.
He has never, I think, been disillusioned from like the I'm 13 and this is deep. It's actually, it actually is true. I've read people sort of poking fun at the fact that Republicans haven't had their fucking hard drives updated in about 10 years. It kind of is true. Like the party of love and acceptance, but they don't love and don't accept me. And my thing is just shitting on Somalis left, right, and center. Like, bro.
Birmingham crisp 2 kek.
Actually kind of true, yeah. There was this zombie game that was supposedly going to be set in Birmingham, but I'm going to be honest, it looks way too good to be true. It's probably going to be fake as fuck, isn't it? Kind of a shame.
Say Black Lives Matter. I said all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Black Lives Matter. My life matters too.
No, it doesn't!
Well, I think it was probably, it hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Okay, cool. All lives matter still. I just can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think the take all lives matter is controversial, or they think that when somebody gets deported when they've been here illegally is a controversial take.
It's going to CCOP. How did you end up down there?
Yeah, so on the topic of immigration, I was doing these videos and I was seeing these cartels these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of I'm gonna join a caravan. Like, I'm gonna join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No,
but
it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm gonna go to El Salvador. I'm gonna go speak to people. I'm gonna find a caravan and I'm gonna go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like, we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man? Is like, on that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't be afraid to say, what are Somalians known for? When you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based on a stereotype or if it's
not.
not.
You know what they're known for. You said it.
What,
Pirates. So you're scared.
I'm not scared. I just want to I'd have to go and talk to them. I'm not scared. I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I gotta go to the restaurants.
But
I gotta go
I asked
to
you the
some
question.
of the dances.
What are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips. I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers.
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking, how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia is
And the fact is, what are Somalians
Captain
known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust?
He's got to have. He's got to be.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying.
He is. He is
Don't be
developmentally
afraid to be
disabled,
racist,
right?
Crisp 2 Giga Chad.
He has to be. Something's going on
well,
here.
Don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so.
He is so fucking stupid. Like, I mean, not as an insult, I mean as a descriptor. Like, he has, like, his IQ is not up there with the average. This is painful to listen to. I thought it was really shit of you to not disavow Charlie Kirk's shooting, but I did disavow in this video. You should watch it. I don't want to watch it. In a way, it's the most Giga Chad stance that he could possibly have. There is a video out there disproving what he just said, so he's just not going to watch the video. If you think about it, bro's got his life figured out at the age of 23.
That like is a lot of their audience. But when me and you are
The lobotomy
56 years
patient
old,
who escaped from fucking mental asylum.
It's just, this is... Chris, something else that's super apparent. I'm sure you know this, but a lot of Americans have never left the country, and you just don't know people from other countries. Meanwhile, if you're from Asia or Europe, you probably went to school with kids of other nationalities. So no, actually, Somalian pirates are not naturally the first thing that comes to mind, you dumb fuck. I will speak as a Polish person. That would be the first thing that comes to mind. The only time I have ever... I speak this as somebody who's both Polish and brought up in the UK. The Somali pirates would be the first thing that comes to mind for me, at least, yeah. But, like, that's not the problem there. The problem is that he's saying there's a link between Somali pirates and Somali daycares in America. Like, that's advanced racism level shit. Like, that would almost be like saying... That would be like assuming that if you have American immigrants in Europe, then they will be known for shooting other people because Americans are known for gun violence. That's a genuinely bizarre fucking thing to say.
Do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to operate at the scale that they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota. And then when he does expose it, they investigate the person who exposed the fraud first.
He thinks he outed it, but he said that they've been investigating it since 2019. So which one is it?
Investigating the fraud taking place, nobody has trust in them. Their trust is at all-time low because people like me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me an ICE agent outside the daycare, and also talking to the man who's lived there for 8 years who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once my grandparents aren't here anymore,
which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
Yeah.
But at that point, I think mainstream media will not really be a thing.
So what can we do to avoid the mistakes that mainstream media made in the past? Because at one point they were quite trusted.
Yeah, at one point they were quite trusted, but actually were they? Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history? And at that time they didn't have social media to combat the information at that time.
I'm just talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive news media corporate competition taking place to where...
He thinks himself to be quite smart, and it's so rough. It's going to be so rough when he will probably watch this and he will read the comments, and let me tell you, the comments are not good. The comments are not friendly. We're going to read some comments soon, but he thinks himself to be genuinely like a thoughtful person, and I don't know, bro. I don't know. Is the Beast Hunter safe? I don't know what the fuck this... Is this a good weapon to swap to? Actually...
A lot of bad shit happened.
Or is this kind of shitty?
But at the same time...
Dance my racist puppet dance, pull attention from Epstein files, yeah crisp 2 giga chat.
I mean, unironically though, yes. The thing as well that baffles me is his, like... I feel like his mum must have given him some kind of media training, because or maybe he's just that fucking stupid, because I'm actually not sure if he doesn't know what... Nice one. If he doesn't know what Andrew's saying, or if maybe he's just like, he's weaving all the criticisms through, because he's just not going to address any like people usually with media training tend to do. The fact that he thinks of himself as a journalist shows me his overconfidence and delusion. Delusion's certainly the right word. Will not see me arguing. Wait, what the fuck? Have I gone the wrong way? Fuck me. Bro, let me breathe. I'm just gonna fuck off. I'm gonna lose aggro and then we're gonna try again. Jesus fucking Christ, this DLC. I'm not having a good time in this DLC so far, I'll tell you that much, chat. I feel like in a sec we're gonna go back to fighting Rom.
People were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle, like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You could even go back, I mean, honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you...
Yeah, but Amanax, nobody's contesting that. That part of what Icebeans is saying is absolutely true. The prior part of what Icebeans said is just not the case. Because, like, in Europe, I feel like anyone who would hear Somali would, like, the first thing that you'd think of are the pirates, right? Because you hear about those. But that doesn't mean that anyone assumes any Somali person he walks across is a pirate. Obviously not. That's unhinged.
You talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s, post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where cable networks had to keep their airways on all the time. So they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would get somebody, two people who fundamentally disagree, and just have them yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep people watching. So news kind of became like soap opera. Everything kind of became about engagement, like almost like reality TV. And then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid to say, when I ask you, what are Somalians known for? You're afraid of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No, to clarify.
You knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew, in your mind,
well,
you
you're
knew
asking
pirate.
me to think in a stereotypical mind, what do I think comes,
in your,
what's the first
stereotype? To say it, though.
You're asking me what's the first stereotype that comes to mind when I think about Somalia.
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
And what are they known across the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged with the community on a level to where I can actually say, like, they're known for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
But that wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for? And of course, I'm thinking of the movie because it's a Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're committing some sort of piracy in Minnesota. 89% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and that's a fact when we talk about building.
Some kind of he thinks that piracy means theft, right? If you steal something, that kind of makes you a pirate. Like if you steal something on a boat, that makes you a sea pirate, and if you steal something on a train, that makes you a train pirate, and maybe if you steal something in Minnesota, that makes you a Minnesotan pirate. And so the Somalis are doing a kind of a piracy, a land Minnesota piracy. The very dreaded form of piracy, the land type. It's hard to argue with that. Somebody time him out. Should be embarrassed.
A lot of bad shit happened in the Holocaust, but at the same time,
he is definitely fucking lobotomy patient.
He is particularly fucking stupid, I'll give you that. He genuinely... And he considers himself a journalist, but he's a fucking muppet. I'm very concerned about the fact that he has my souls, which means I'm either doing this, or these souls are going to be gone. I don't like that, because I'm not doing a lot of damage to him. I don't know if you've noticed that, chat. And I don't have that many bullets left, actually, either, so we have limited opportunities for counters here. And the fuck gave men like him the audacity. In a way, his mum, I suppose. Right? Because his mum's the one who's supporting his career. I mean, every mother loves their child. Though their children, even, I should say. It's, This is rough to listen to, though. There's also the fact that his videos get traction. Yeah, what Slipper said, social media. He uploads daily as well. Like, part of the reason why this is as stupid as he is that Nick's got a thing where he wants to upload. This year, he had like a challenge, last year, I should say, where he uploads one video a day, every day. And like, he has to upload one a day every day, because otherwise, like, he fails or whatever the fuck. So he wanted to produce that video as soon as possible. And he did, right? He produced it, he released it, and then it was used as a smokescreen for Epstein.
Trust in the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Walz goes on TV and calls people like me a white supremacist, it's my responsibility to call Tim Walz. He's enabled.
I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, Diz, but that's incredibly soy. Like, that's just very, very soy. Which is okay. I ain't judging you. But that's like a very particularly politicized, incredibly soy lens.
This to happen because he's afraid to be called a racist or an Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars. And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist.
I love that the Somalians in daycare are... Was it just me or did that fucking curve? What is this? Wanted? Fuck me. Somalians who have daycares are the reason why we can't afford houses. But Donald Trump's administration is not. Donald Trump's administration, as a matter of fact, is actually doing a brilliant job. I don't like this area. I don't like anything about this area. Don't like this big cunt with... Okay, that still hit me, did it? Am I meant to go this way? Am I meant to go the other way? I don't know which way I'm meant to go. No, that's just a child of the 80s and 90s, but also, yes, I am so as fuck. It's that. It's not the fact that you're a child of the 80s and the 90s. It's the soy bit, which, like, again, I don't hold against you. I think it's, if anything, in this particular case, it probably does you favors more than anything else. But, like, nobody, literally nobody, when they hear of Somalians, thinks about what you just mentioned, right? Everyone's going to think of piracy, but it doesn't fucking matter in this case. Nick's just a buffoon, a cretin, an absolute tootsie roll. On a good day, he's gonna have as many IQ points as I have fucking live viewers. And that's, again, on a good day. Can farm vials easily from the guy's corpse. And to be fair, that hasn't really been a problem for me so far, right? It hasn't really... I haven't felt the need to farm vials. It's more so that I just get... The damage output from everything in this is... Oof.
Or Islamophobe?
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left and the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
This is probably the main issue that we're talking about.
Keep the Somalians safe.
Deep down, I think that the main difference here is diagnosing how we can get to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have someone like Elon Musk, the smartest man in the world, who offers his help to get rid of fraud here in the United States, that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down...
And he couldn't do it. He was given the free rein to gut the government. And Trump's own admin started shitting on him. Do you guys remember how he got in a fight with someone in the Trump administration because he couldn't do it? There wasn't enough fraud for him to find. It's just so embarrassing. This is such a muppet.
Prices for homes that could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems is also the private sector controls so many of these things, like medicine and also real estate. Like, it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes.
Yeah.
It might help people to be able to take their dollar to buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions, too, that I mentioned early on in the...
Should I keep investing in the spear, in the source spear, or... Because I kind of want Ludwig's Holy Blade, but how long into the DLC do I have to get for that shit? Is this even the right DLC that I'm doing? I guess it's not going to hurt to keep going for this, because this is the main weapon that I'm using.
Interview is like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say like fraud is totally eliminated and the government has like an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically redistribute to things like making medicine cheaper and help.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of redistributing money, have you guys seen that Trump already went back on the shit that he said that every American's going to get $2 grand because of how well the because of how incredibly well the tariffs are doing? Like, he's already been like, I didn't say that. I've never said any of that. Like, what the fuck are you on about? That never happened. So yeah, that changed quickly, didn't it?
And us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest in social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. And that kind of goes back to having like faith that we hope our politicians are going to do better and work
but not the
for
Democratic
us,
politicians,
and us not be working for them. Trump's the only president of our lifetime who's actually not even collecting a salary, other than what people will say he's feeding his ego. Well, he's actually not even taking a salary. He's lost money. He's been attacked. He's been nearly shot and killed twice. He's had, I think, was it 2 or 3 assassination attempts? I want to say 3. The guy in Pennsylvania, the guy at his golf course, and there's another one. And people want to keep demonizing Trump like he's some sort of devil. He's not even taking a salary. He wants to put tariffs on other countries with the goal of hoping that we can have more money. And actually with that tariff income, he's even given military a bonus for Christmas.
He's such a sheltered fucking idiot. Oh God, but this is what, look at how lost in the sauce he is, and he calls himself a journalist. Not just that, not only does he call himself a journalist, he gets actually upset, genuinely upset, when people call him a right-winger. Bro, there is insider trading happening in the White House, and it's like fucking big insider trading, and he thinks that Donny not taking salary makes him a proper good boyo. It's wild anyone would think he's right-wing. Why would the mainstream media lie like that? Why? How could they? How could the mainstream media lie?
Yeah. And people are saying tariffs
What
are
is that
bad.
about,
Why
Chido?
should we be paying more money than Indonesia for sending stuff into our country?
That's a good question.
So,
but it's also like if Trump's cutting all these different social programs and stuff, who's to say that if he had more money, he would reinvest in the people?
He's not. For instance, when people say he's cutting out funding for food stamps, he's telling people, all right, you're on it for this amount of time, but you need to be showing that you're trying to get off it. Trump is actually incentivizing people to go make a better life for themselves. He's even giving children, he's showing kids how to invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for him. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each child like, I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever before get involved in the politics. And
He's gonna give little kids stock advice. Little kids can't invest in stocks, you fucking retard. It's not legal. What do you mean? Donald Trump shouldn't be giving little kids any advice. He's like literally the pedophile protector of the United States of America. Bro, what are you saying? What are you doing? Okay, this one's on me. I should have rushed.
not because they want to, but because they've been forced to. But then you see people come after them for it. I don't know what you're going to title this video.
Nick Shirley interview.
Okay, sick. Yeah, but I just think there's so many issues in the United States right now, and we can actually go out and combat them. We can combat the immigration crisis. We can say that illegal
I want to kill this boss
migrants should not be
because I actually have a
the
chance
word
of doing
is illegal. That. If you're going to come after me for exposing
and
fraud,
rough
something is
right
morally
now.
wrong with your brain, where you've gotten to the point where you think fraud is good.
That perspective is probably more like these people are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
They're not, though. They're here in America. We all have the same opportunity. They're Somalian American.
Well, there's pretty significant funding and financial disparities between areas in the U.S.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
But welfare doesn't necessarily cover everything. It's not like they give you a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best life I can possibly create for myself. Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States.
Dude, if this is what he sounds like on camera, imagine what he sounds like off camera. Imagine how fucking insane he must sound like when he's just like talking to his mum or talking to his pastor in church or whatever. Just think about the degree of fucking pure, raw, unfiltered insanity. If right now he's trying to be at least somewhat conscious of the fact that he is being recorded. That was painful.
Citizen. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian, I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have a Asian, Japanese man. I don't know who he is. You have a Mexican.
Oh no, that's a Native American.
With the face tat.
Look at that Mexican and all the opportunity he's got. And what about him?
He's a white American with face tattoos, and he's working just with you.
Yeah.
So the fact that people think that they don't have the same opportunity or they can't go create a lifestyle they want, I don't believe in that. I've never worked for anybody.
Of course you don't believe in that. You were probably, like, it sounds, by all means, like you were born to a pretty well-off family. You were incredibly indoctrinated from a young age. You are a multi-millionaire at the age of 23, and your entire viewership is so incredibly linked to the fucking pedophile headquarters that you are physically not allowed to change your mind. Like, you... Of course you think everyone has the same opportunities. You never had to work on shit. Or rather, I should say, the things that you chose to work on, you were only able to work on the way you did because of the fact that you were born to a family that was well off. Did he end up not teleporting? That was weird. Fuck off. I fucking hate these spiders, bro. Where is this? There he is. Teleported twice straight away. Kind of crazy. Why are you pointing out the racist? Because he's saying that everyone has... Fuck me. He's saying everyone has equal opportunity in America. And there is evidence of that because this dude's co-workers are ethnically diverse.
My entire life. I have created everything I have.
It's kind of crazy. He actually has traveled around the world and somehow still insulated his worldview. I imagine usually when he travels somewhere, he already knows what he's going to do and talk about and how it's going to go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he goes somewhere. He's not like I Show Speed, where, to be fair, entirely different categories. But Speed goes to places and then he does things in those places based on like how he's feeling on the given day of the area where he's at and all that shit. And this dude probably goes to places already knowing what the takeaway is going to be.
Who knows what I can do in the next 20 years.
Yeah, same here. I'm 28. So maybe you and I will be...
What's your plans for the future, Andrew?
Man.
Do you want to make YouTube videos until you're like 60?
Yeah, I want to make YouTube videos until I'm 85.
That'd be sick.
So what do you want to do in the future? What's the long-term plan?
Long-term plan would be, I think what you just saw is actually creating change inside of America. A video that actually created change. And so I'd like to continue making the world a better place, whether it be through cutting off fraud or speaking out against corruption or helping the old lady next to me.
And are you ever worried the Matrix will come for you if you continue to accrue power and influence?
Well, they are. Like, when you say the Matrix, like I think that's like the mainstream media or people, but like, who do you think the Matrix is?
I think it's the C-suites of the corporations that own the major news channels.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but that's why I think it's so important that we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still make a business off of people who support you.
Is there any coverage that you regret at all?
Yeah, there actually is some coverage that I think I've like messed up on. Or not that I necessarily messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed, which is hard because when you're making a YouTube video every single week, you just can't be like the expert on every topic. So there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video.
The X accounts that flashed on screen, hold on, let me...
That we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still
Alex
make
Jones,
a business off
Fuentes,
of
Candace
people
Owens, Stephen
who support
Crowder.
you.
Is there any coverage that you regret at all?
Yeah, there actually is some coverage.
Have you guys seen that? Fuentes is now saying that none of the shit that happened on Epstein's Island was pedophilia because they weren't trafficking 5-year-olds and they were just like almost legal teens. He either got paid or he got a phone call or something happened, but Senor Fuentes is compromised.
I think I've like messed up on. Or not that I necessarily messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed, which is hard because when you're making a YouTube video every single week, you just can't be like the expert on every topic. So there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video and I was missing, I kind of like geographically, I'm from Utah, so all the mountains and stuff, you know, like north to south. And someone when I was in Ukraine, they asked me like, do you want to go to where the first place where Russia invaded, which was a place called Busha? And I didn't know like whether I was north, south, west. And then somebody interviewed me after, because I had criticized where US tax dollars were going. Somebody interviewed me after asking me, did you go to the east? And I said, well, yeah, I went to Busha. I thought that's where Russia initially invaded. I was one of the main places they invaded before trying to go to Kyiv, so that was like a mistake on my end, and I felt so bad after that, but it was just a mistake that we had made, and I just made it publicly. It didn't make me want to do YouTube less. It was just a learning lesson, which is hard for people to have an actual learning lesson publicly.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd actually like that.
Dude, he is he's so pretentious. He gives me like such a bad vibe. Just listen to him talking about how like this was such a tragic, terrible mistake. I truly cannot forgive myself for such a degree of journalistic flabbergast. I have bamboozled my audience and shooketh them to the very core through spreading of inaccurate information when I said that I did travel to the east of Ukraine, when in fact I was still west. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. You annoying, smarmy little cunt. Like, are you sure that's the biggest mistake you've made, Chief? Because it sounds like you've got a lot more under your belt. Sounds like, if anything, that one was pretty fucking casual, all things considered. What the was I just glitched by Rum's body there for a sec? That was weird.
Ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think about Trump?
No,
I don't like him.
No, we're still on the main
Really?
video.
Yeah. I mean, do I think that he is somebody who's going to fundamentally change the structure of the U.S. for the better? I don't think so.
So do you think just by...
Yeah, but Cheeto, what he's worried with is the fact that he mistook West for East. He doesn't care about anything else that happened in that video. It's just that bit specifically.
Like flooding the country with 20 million people helped us with affordability. It's not a human right to receive citizenship here. If anything, it's an opportunity if you get it, and you got to follow the rules for it.
I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
So I think sympathy towards people who want to come in here has in a lot of ways destroyed the opportunities for our generation.
I think if sympathy overpowers your ability to look at a situation objectively, that would be an example of you kind of being like hypnotized by the wrong sources of information. But I think you can have sympathy for people struggling looking for a better life.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Landlords have been raising the prices systematically since the 1980s. I mean, the reason you can't buy a house is not because of an immigrant. I mean, they want us to think that because it's an easier scapegoat.
Well, if you look at the graphs, when you receive all this immigration, the price of homes has gone up more than normal.
I don't think those two things are connected. If you look
but just based off simple supply and demand.
Those you can.
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able to sleep in at least 10 million different locations.
Yeah, but we have 3.
Oh my! It's not even sweet summer child. It's more like unpleasant adult retard. Okay, bro, I couldn't get up. I feel like I should have iframes for when I'm getting up. He was about to say exponentially and realized he probably wouldn't get this, so he had to rephrase. I don't want to listen to that.
It has gone up more than normal.
I don't think those two things are connected. If you look
but just based off simple supply and demand.
Those you can.
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able to sleep in at least 10 million different locations.
Yeah, but we have 340 million people. I mean, I'm just saying home values rising and rent rising is a result of like greedy developers, landlords doing price gouging, so many factors. Like I'm from Seattle, a city with not that much immigration from the border. And since 2013, before all of this stuff, like rent had doubled because of Amazon moving their corporate campus downtown.
H-1B visas and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying Amazon as a tech company themselves bulldozed my home neighborhood, built apartments for their workers who are legal, and most of them are from the US, but from surrounding suburbs, and none of us could afford to live, so we had to all move to other low-income areas around, or just build our own way and move into an RV like I did. So I don't think there's a correlation between home values rising and migrants coming.
I think that would be very stupid to not be able to come to the conclusion that supply and demand is
really
all
poor.
prices.
Landlords raise prices when rich people move in because they go, oh, we got some big bucks in town, like in Aspen or somewhere.
But just a normal size home that used to cost $200,000 now costs $300,000.
So you're saying real estate developers see like a bunch of migrants rolling in town, they go, let's jack these prices up. These Venezuelans are rolling in cash.
And then the billionaires are able to come and buy the houses, and it causes the rent to go up, and they're able to charge certain prices, and a migrant can then move in with 8 other migrants and they can afford rent, versus the one person who has a family with 2 children can't go and get that house because
rent is going up because the richest people in the country don't care about people like you and I. And they're interested in making as much profit as they can and keeping us as poor as possible for as long as they possibly can, until regular people can figure out how to get control and get a foothold in the government. I think that they want us to blame migrants because it's easier for them, because they don't threaten their power either. So if they can keep us bickering about...
Out of genuine curiosity, what do you do with people like Nick Shirley in terms of like... Because he's able to hold a conversation, but he's not able to, like, he's not able to keep up with the conversation. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm not phrasing myself very clearly, but you're able to talk to him. You can't understand something for him. And how do you explain these things to him? Because by all means, at this point, it seems to... It's like a 50-50 between indoctrination, and we can argue how willing this is, by the way, because let's be real, okay? It's very fucking cushy for him. It's very convenient of a worldview. And some of it is just because of, like, it might genuinely be like some kind of a developmental disability that we're talking about here. Like, it might just be that there is something... Like, it might just be the case that he's fucking stupid. Just fundamentally, at the end of the day, he's just not a smart fella. And at that point, if that is in fact the case, the fuck do you do? Okay, that was at least the run back is going to be quick.
Whether or not this migrant group got here the right way, then nothing will ever change, and we're just going to be here forever.
I would beg to differ, but I do think there is corruption within the billionaire class here inside the United States. Just on a matter-of-fact basis, that the issue of supply and demand instantly comes into place when you bring in 20 million people.
If anything, wouldn't they lower the rent?
No, because then they have more competition, and they can raise the prices.
I just don't think that immigrants are increasing the density of New York City.
When you bring in 10 million people...
If all of these immigrants are on welfare, how can they afford these houses? This is a lethal combination of stupid and confident. It's just... I don't know, he's genuinely not a smart guy.
People, there needs to be 10 million locations. Not 10 million, there needs probably 2 million. Still, that's a lot of infrastructure to be up. That's a lot of building to take place. You're going to be able to rate. It's just a supply and demand issue.
Yeah, I just think we fundamentally disagree on that, knowing how just greedy developers are in general, you know.
If people aren't able to afford it, then they have to get Section 8, and then they get stuck in that system where if you make more than $40,000, you're going to lose your Section 8. And then if you go and do better, like there's the lower class is trapped here inside the United States because
well, the middle class has been erased by corporatization.
Exhilarating, the small business. Slimy Bellin showed fancy cars in Kiev and talked something about your taxes going to Ukraine, and now he's making it seem like he was just geographically obtuse. Okay, so he did the classic. Your tax money is going to these people buying sports cars shit. Yeah. I mean, frankly, you've got two kinds of people, really. You've got the ones that believe that we should be helping Ukraine, and you've got the ones that believe that we shouldn't be helping Ukraine. And regardless of where you're from or what your political outlook is, if you happen to be of the we shouldn't be helping Ukraine persuasion, that makes you certifiably fucking retarded. It probably means that you genuinely struggle to consume information. It means that your broader worldview is very incoherent and inconsistent. And it means that you are an honorless coward, which fundamentally just is going to make me dislike you, even if for no other reason. And he said earlier that he believes that the US shouldn't be helping Ukraine, right? Shouldn't be funding Ukraine, or whatever the specific phrasing that he used was.
The sector's been gutted since Reagan.
Yeah, there's a huge issue with affordability in housing, and I think we'd be in a better place if we didn't just let in 10 million people through our borders.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hope that you're right, because that's what Trump is doing. You know, if the border's closed and then in 15 years everybody my age is just living happily in a 3-bedroom family home.
Prices will continue to go up because they go up over time, but at the rate that they were going up was unacceptable, and it screwed over me and your generation. Like, how are people supposed to be able to buy homes? True, and that's because of
immigration.
We can't.
True. Exactly.
But you think closing the border will make it so we can buy a home?
Well, the effects are already in place. The inflation already went up. Of the houses and the prices have gone up, and the wasteful spending has increased as well. And who's profiting? The billionaires and the politicians.
Well, I think they have a vested interest in making sure
in the
nothing
NGOs.
changes.
I don't think so. I think there's bad billionaires, and I think there's good billionaires in this world. And I think a lot of billionaires are trying to make a lot of change here in this world. And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. Irrelevant. Hold on.
3 most
employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk. I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third one, I'd have to think about that. Like I think David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think that all the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America. And I think a lot of the people I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need $1 billion, and they know that they are able to use their resources.
Well, then
to create change.
Why do they virtually get, taxed almost nothing, while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state?
I hate
it's
how
unfair
it keeps fucking looking me to an enemy when I'm trying
but that's also
to
how
control the
businesses are
camera.
set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
Yeah. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
In Minneapolis, but there's innovation happening elsewhere, right?
Yes, but there's so many restraints happening. Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
Okay, El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Democrat cities are what's upholding America. Fucking California is the 4th biggest economy in the world, bro. Oh, he doesn't know anything anywhere about it, like supply and on economy is completely fucked. On the Somali fraud is completely fucked. Geographically, he appears not to know the difference between west and east, which doesn't really mean that much, but it's not great. Oh my sweet summer child.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either. Yeah, so I think what you're seeing is the right is looking to have innovation, looking to succeed, and you're seeing left locations like Democrat-ran cities not prospering. In fact, they're going backwards.
Those are also the most expensive cities, and they generate the large majority of the tax revenue for the entire country. The San Francisco Bay Area, which is a blue city, probably generates more tax revenue that's used for programs in the entire American South, excluding Atlanta.
That probably tells you why there's so much corruption, why there's so much bad, because you use the word programs.
Not programs, all tax revenues, so highways, basically every single thing that we need taxable subsidies for. So these still are economic powerhouses. Like, even money made in a blue state still cycles back on a federal level to benefit, everything that we use tax money for. The post office, fire stations, cops, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like,
why are cities? Why is California trying to essentially push out the billionaires by imposing another 5% tax on these people? When billionaires are literally the one who create opportunities and they create jobs for people. Yet the people who you support, because you say you're left-leaning, are the ones pushing them out.
Well, billionaires are choosing to leave because they don't want to pay an extra 5%, which should kind of tell you what billionaires are about, right?
Yeah, because they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay
$1 billion is not a difference of $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't buy, if you have $1 billion, that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is they're going to face different restrictions inside of it.
Oh, he's so stupid. Oh, this is... I don't know if I should pity him because of the stupidity, or if I should be upset over the malice. It's just so difficult to be able to tell. Actually, I want to know where. Acquire items. Did I unlock anything interesting? No, it doesn't appear like it. I guess I can go and continue the DLC now. I'd pity him if he weren't actively spreading misinfo. That's kind of where I'm at as well, yeah. Like, it's the fact that he's maliciously fucking imbecilic. That's going to be the roughest part about all of this, right? Like, this is a genuinely net negative influence on the discourse, on people in general. But he's also, like, too stupid to be able to understand why. Which is just rough. I don't remember where is this? No. How do I get back to the DLC areas, guys? We've done the Chalice dungeon. It's not here. Good news. Let's see. Let me be the judge of that, my friend. Tom Brady and Erica Kirk are reportedly dating, but that's from Hoops Crave, okay? I'm gonna give it a sec. I'm gonna give it a minute before I start laughing.
A Democrat-ran state than they are in a Republican state. That's why they all moved to Texas.
Yeah.
That's why now Elon Musk, he left. He moved to Texas.
Yeah, they're moving to Texas to save money because they don't want their money to be taken and go to the poor.
No. And what happens in California? $24 billion went missing, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you that Gavin Newsom and the NGO industrial complex is embezzling the funds. But those, to me, I know this is probably going to sound crazy, I view them as, like, not necessarily having the best interests of the people in mind.
Yeah, and those are the people you support.
I don't vote for California Democrats.
You're supporting the left. And right now you have the opportunity to support people.
Out of curiosity... does Andrew just not do hostile interviews, or why is he being... Because obviously from our perspective, Nick is a fucking moron, and that's very easily observable here. It's practically self-evident through how aggressive it is. But why is Andrew being such a doormat? Is this usually like his interview style? Does he just not intend to... Is he never going to bite back? Does he just not do that? Because the only concern that I have is that there are a lot of Nick Shirleys out there, and I imagine to those fucking imbeciles, it looks like Andrew's getting absolutely obliterated.
Who are actually trying to create innovation, change the country. You have the opportunity to. So does everyone watching this video. And if you think that deporting an illegal migrant is wrong, the word is illegal. If you think cracking down on fraud is bad, the word is fraud. If you think cracking down on the word corruption is wrong, the word's corruption. If you think a girl should be able to play, or a boy should be able to play in a female sport, it's a girl, or it's a boy playing against girls.
He got himself so fucking confused in that rant that not only did he say the word corruption, like if you feel there should be crackdown on the word corruption, not on corruption the concept, no, he's talking about corruption the word, but now he's spun himself on the trans topic.
What society benefits have come from the left?
We haven't had a sizable leftist political party in American history.
You had Joe Biden.
Liberals. Centrist liberals. Defending elite interests.
And you had Obama.
Centrist liberal defending elite interests.
So who are you going to support? You need to support somebody.
You're telling me that if you can point me in the right direction of a guy, but I don't see...
Stuff's happening right now. People can't afford houses right now. And then you're talking about
who am I going to vote
people
for?
moving out of California.
No, I support.
You're talking about programs.
I support.
That's the reason why
Listen,
California's one of the most expensive states in America.
I support voting on a local level, especially. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. So I support voting on a local level for sure.
And if we want to create change nationally, if you have to support somebody, you have to choose.
Now we have to choose.
So if you have to choose between the Democrats and Republicans.
Well, you just said yourself that the corporate media machine is on the verge of collapse. What makes you think the two-party electoral system is going to last any longer?
Quite frankly, it'll be impossible for an independent group right at this point in time. I think in 50 years, when the boomers are gone, mainstream media will die. But as of right now, they're still going to thrive. And right now, in this moment of time, we have to choose who's going to create the most innovation and change and make America a more prosperous country.
But Trump can't even release the Epstein files.
He has released them, and he did react, and that was that's his Achilles heel, is this Epstein file thing.
Yeah.
So we can't do anything about that, but what we can do is talk about fraud.
Oh, he is genuinely fine with the nonsense. He's just okay with them. The nonsense are that was unfortunate. The nonsense are of a secondary concern. It's just, you know, nonsense got to happen. We got to get rid of these Somalis first, and then we can look into the nonsense.
We can talk about homelessness. We can talk about all of our money going to, like, we can talk about going back to fraud, about 7% of our taxes going to fraud. We can talk about how $24 billion went missing for homelessness in California and how they're incentivized to keep people homeless so they can continue receiving money from the state.
Yeah, that's all true.
Right? Mm-hmm. So we can actually do stuff that creates change. We can't tell Trump to go release the Epstein files, and it's just because you support Trump doesn't mean you support everything he does. But he's the man in office right now, and you do need to think who's going to be able to create the change, and how are we supposed to be able to do it?
Well, he's in office, so I'm saying now is the chance to prove to people like me and like other people that positive change can happen. And if he does, it's Team Trump
I would
forever.
say he's trying to,
Yeah.
but you're seeing what happens when he says he wants to go deport illegal migrants. Leftist judge block his orders, or when he wants to deploy the National Guard to Chicago to make it a safer
Oh, this kid is lost. There is nothing we can do to save this one.
place. Democrats weaponize it. Like, do you agree that Chicago's a safe place? Would you agree that the west side or south side of Chicago is a safe place?
I think that the west side and the south side are not safe places. However, I'm not sure how deploying the National Guard to that particular ICE facility out west is going to change the situations in O Block or somewhere like that.
Okay, so take a look at Memphis, for instance. They allowed the National Guard to go in there. Or if you take a look at Washington, D.C., they allowed the National Guard to go in there, and crime significantly went down. In 2025, murders are the lowest they've been in years.
Well, they've been declining steadily since '94.
It's the lowest they've been in years.
One thing I want to push back on, too, is the conservative narrative that America was at its most dangerous point before Trump started cracking down. If you look at a graph, homicides have been trending downward since the mid to late 90s for a long time. We're actually in the safest time. Every single year gets more safe than the last. And of course, there are certain cities like St. Louis, Baltimore, Memphis that will always have some degree of violence, but things are not that bad in the U.S. as far as gun violence goes. They're really getting a lot better. So if things continue, I think that we'll gradually be able to root out the problem.
If you look at the graph, it's an exponential drop in violence here in the United States.
I wouldn't say exponential. I mean, I think
it's a pretty large
if you look at the
dip.
video we did about Baltimore, they were able to cut homicides in half, and Trump didn't send anybody there. They did it all, inside the community.
Yeah, it's amazing. Cheers for Baltimore for doing that. Maybe if places in Chicago took that same initiative, it would happen, but they're not. So therefore, we have to trust the people in office who have the power to actually go make a change and to send a National Guard and to actually use them to make that place a safer place.
So what would they do in a place like South Chicago where you have like 50 blocks that are in food deserts with no health care?
If you had a National Guard man patrolling the streets, do you think young gangsters would feel emboldened to go and steal from the gas station?
Yeah.
Like, we have the military, we have them, we have law enforcement, we have laws. People haven't always been walking around in shiesties and shooting people up.
They've always been shooting people. The shiesties came from Pooh Shiesty, who, by the way, is free now, and he's back in Memphis, so the homicides might be going up.
They're actually going down because the National Guard was there in Memphis.
Well, I heard his song, and he said the war's back on, whatever, but that's probably not reflective of the data.
So, like, everything we're talking about, like, they're trying to make a difference here in the United States, and we should also be trying to create change with our platforms and with our journalism. What I just did is I exposed fraud, and within I think it was the next day, they freeze.
He genuinely thinks that he did this, right? Like And the weirdest part about all of this, that's why I find people like this so fucking fascinating. Did I just do a big circle for no fucking reason at all? I did, didn't I? Yeah. Interesting behavior on my part. Just, you know, one of those. I think it's called retardation, what I've got. And it cannot be taught. Truly cannot be taught. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the amazing thing about this is that, like, Andrew suggested earlier, the mere possibility that his shit was signal boosted by all of these millionaires that he so adores in order to get him to, in order for it to be used to stop people paying attention to the Epstein files. And like, and Nick's like, yeah, well, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. You know, who knows at the end of the day? I have faith in God. I am a Mormon. I have once built an entire shed in the space of 6 hours together with 18 of my Mormon brothers. And then we had milk, and it was good. And he just, and he just moves on. He does not care. Oh, this is, I will probably get fucked by this boss very badly. But I also want his weapon.
Funding for childcare in Minnesota until a business can prove they're legit. All they have to do is prove they're legit, but no business has been able to send them proof of legitimacy inside of Minnesota. What does that tell you?
But you mentioned the ABC Learning Center in particular.
Yes.
And I mentioned that they did, I'm not sure if this is real or not, but they did release footage of kids entering and exiting the building during operating hours on the same day that you guys were there.
And their capacity is for 40 children. In that video, there was 12 children, and that place receives $1 million.
But you do admit there was kids.
Yes, and I don't doubt that there are kids inside of some of these daycares. It'd be very stupid of a business to receiving millions of dollars and not to show face with a few kids. It'd be very stupid.
Do you see also how some people could say that you pull up with a couple dudes in cameras and they would get suspicious and not want to let you guys inside?
I can understand that, but they should be able to say, and when I ask the question, how do I enroll my son, little Joe, into daycare?
Well, there's probably not that many Somali kids named Joey in Minneapolis.
Okay, so then why is only it for Joey? Why is it only for Somalians inside these daycares? Where's the white little kids inside these daycares?
Maybe they don't go to like federally funded daycares. They get probably taken by their white parents to, I guess, white daycares.
Who's being robbed?
I suppose in this premise, the taxpayer.
Yes, the hardworking taxpayer, while Somalians are taking and committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
Have you ever personally been defrauded?
I have.
What happened?
I gave a man money thinking that he was going to give me back on a loan, and he never did.
Did you try to pursue any judicial means to get accountability for that?
In the process right now.
Wow, that would be a crazy full circle moment. Don't you see this as potentially being a story that really evolves into a probe of the Democratic establishment in Minnesota and how they're kind of sloppily just allocating all these different federal and state funds as opposed to specifically highlighting the Somali community? Or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's
The statement that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is Somali is a claim that originated in a viral social media video, not from an official source. The claim has been widely circulated, but the official information from US authorities specifies the demographics of those charged in specific large-scale fraud cases. Specific cases. In major fraud cases involving an estimated over $1 billion in stolen federal funds, the most prominent being the Feeding Our Future scandal, a child nutrition program, 82 of the 92 individuals charged are Somali Americans, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact...
Hold on, because
For sure, just...
Total fraud. The figure relates to... Fuck me, I think I need to pull it up on the main screen, because he is... scrolling through these a little bit slowly. Total fraud. The figure relates to a specific set of high-profile cases, but there is no official data to suggest that 89% of all fraud, across all types of fraud and all something large or small, committed statewide in Minnesota is by Somali Americans.
So I don't know, I believe you. I just want to...
Minnesota received some form of welfare as of December 2025 report from the Center for Immigration Studies using 2024 American Cultural Survey data. American Community Survey data. This contrasts with a much lower figure for native-born American citizen households. Feeding Our Future fraud case, approximately 89% of the individuals charged in a massive Feeding Our Future pandemic relief fraud case in Minnesota are reportedly Somali Americans. This specific case involved an alleged 250 to 300 million fraudulent claims, making it the largest COVID-19 related fraud case in the country. It is important to note that the 89% figure does not represent the entire Somali population in Minnesota. Minnesota is a home to the largest Somali American population in the United States, with estimates ranging around 80 to over 100,000 people. The community has grown significantly and become a notable political force in the state. I'm guessing that says, because he's got his fucking logo in the bottom here, so I can't see. So it's 89% for one specific fraud case, which is Feeding Our Future, not for all of it.
Make sure we have the exact...
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go to the daycares, there's not a single white person running any of these daycares. Not a single white woman opened up the door. A lot of them could barely even speak English. Yet, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims literally have 4 wives, and inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Women.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah.
He must have cut him there. There was more to that sentence. It did not end. But maybe it did end there, because to be fair, he's not very good at speech, is he? I adore the ending of just the abrupt fucking ending of that.
Then you also open up the door. A lot of them could barely even speak English. Yet, then you also have another issue with it is these people are Muslim. Muslims literally have 4 wives, and inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Women.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah.
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype.
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have?
As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers and I absolutely loved it.
The general population, 99% of the population in Utah, do not. That's why also going back to the point of being called, why we don't call ourselves Mormons, because you can misconceptualize that with groups that left the original Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I would argue that less than 1% of Muslims in America have more than a single wife.
I don't know. Their religion allows them to have it. Maybe if they are, good for them. But that is a thing that they are able to have 4 wives. It's in their religion, and it's not against the law.
I'm just saying, when's the last time you've seen a Muslim guy with just 4 wives?
Well, they treat their women differently. You'll never see You'll never see a Muslim man praying side by side with his wife. They're treated differently.
What the fuck? He is so off the deep end, isn't he? He's just got like these stereotypes in his head, and somebody in his life told him that stereotypes exist for a reason, and bro ran with it so hard. Why is he stumbling over his words so much? My best guess is that because he's a fucking idiot.
So you feel like there's societal and cultural differences that make people from Islamic societies incompatible with the U.S.?
I think if you ask a Muslim man, if we were to go to war with a country in the Middle East, ask them who they would support. That will tell you everything you need to know.
I'm on it.
Yeah, and with the daycare fraud, there's legit videos. You can find them. These daycare owners then going and giving the woman cash, and that's why you also have 81% living on welfare, because a lot of the women don't have to claim the money that they just received from working from these daycares. It's a whole entire corporation. You have daycares, you have home health cares, you have adult daycares, you have transportation companies, you have translators that take these people to the hospital, and they're all working for that same group, and they're all receiving millions of dollars.
Yeah, the NGO iceberg is pretty crazy.
And so why would you be actually doing paperwork correctly or giving these women paperwork if you know if you don't pay them on paper, you can just give them cash?
Yeah.
And then they can go and claim welfare and get food stamps and then claim housing and get free housing. Why would you do that? It's obviously it's fraud, but it's screwing over Americans.
Well, it's time to stop getting screwed.
I 100% agree, and so we have the opportunity to make that change, and we have to do it, or else
we're gonna keep getting screwed.
We're gonna keep getting screwed.
And I think that's the Nick, Shirley, Andrew Callahan message: is whoever you are, stop screwing us.
Yes.
All right, bro. Appreciate your time.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood advice.
Jesus.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers.
What a fucking mess of it. What? The kid is just so fucking stupid. We're going to read some of the comments because the comments are incredible on this. Let me move things about so you can actually see them. I think this guy might be the first high-profile case we've seen of the iPad kid generation. 14-year-old cousin who just got really into politics at Thanksgiving dinner. I have a deep-rooted fear that this is how I come across when I talk to people. I like how they hash out micro-beefs mid-interview. Billionaires don't like higher taxes because it doesn't let them pay their employees as much is one of my favorite political takes of all time. Maybe one child left behind. The whole "you didn't denounce Kirk," I did. I didn't want to watch it. It's perfect demonstration of how a persecution complex works. I think this guy's entire life would shatter if he had a blunt. This is who argues with you online. In 2026, I'll have Channel Andrew's patience. First time I've ever seen a language barrier between two native English speakers, LMAO. He literally fails to understand your questioning at points and takes it as compliment/agreement. You should have said something about Charlie Kirk. I did. No, you didn't. I did it in the video where I didn't watch it. You should. I don't want to. This feels like a pretty succinct summation of how this guy sources info. Straight up, did not realize Shirley is borderline illiterate. That tracks, though. I feel ableist to post this it feels ableist to post this interview of him. You can see how his brain dismisses every legitimate conflicting statement by Andrew by just saying, okay, cool. This felt like interviewing a COD player. This is like that Nathan For You bit where they have a child speak for him in the job interview. His brain is mainly working in stereotypes and first page Google results. My favorite one is this one. Unbelievable that it doesn't have more fucking up dudes. Maybe one child left behind. It does. That one genuinely goes hard. That is a good one. Fuck me. What an absolute troglodyte. That was so painful to watch. Like, unbelievably so. Holy shit. I don't know if I have it in me to watch the Pearly Things debate now. Because I feel like Pearly is just going to make me... Like, Pearly is not going to fix this, you know what I mean? Pearly is not going to make this any better. What do you say, guys, that we do a little bit of Warhammer yapping watching, maybe, and then we go to sleep? I'm just thinking. Like, we can try the Pearly Things debate, but we're not going to be able to finish it today, that's for sure. I feel like... I don't know if I have the energy in me to be trying to fact-check fucking Pearly Things. Now, I do think that if Nick wanted to take one for humanity and he got together with Pearly Things, I would just be fascinated to see, like, how their child evolves. A lot of damage on that one. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. Pearly will fix it. Don't worry, Chris. You don't have to fact check her. All right, let's see.
Hey, earlier, Nate, was if you could put me on with Gavin or Kyla.
Where is this? Why are all of the chairs empty? Woo! That felt rather some.
And here goes the pyro.
I don't understand how they afforded the venue or any of it. I did not expect the first thing to... I did not expect that the first thing I'll see is just a whole fucking bunch of empty chairs. That's... curious.
All right. I assume Pearl's going to do it the same way, but while we're waiting for...
Cheeto, if I wanted to debate Pearly Things, would you pay for my venue? Would you be a proper G?
Down there. And I was going to ask you real quick, like, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
You've waited long enough? Are you ready to get out?
I'm hyped. I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah, love it. Very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, can I please get a synopsis of who these people are and what is this debate? I actually don't know what this debate is about. It's Pearly Things, so this is going to be Red Pill, because Pearly Things doesn't talk about anything else. Pearly Things is a Red Pill woman who is a horrible pick-me. She delved into the Red Pill because she's very desperate for a husband, but she's such an unlikable, unattractive, and downright vile individual that nobody in the Red Pill, despite that space being full of losers who just really want to get laid, nobody from the Red Pill actually wants to get together with her. It's really genuinely incredibly sad, and it would be much more sad if not for the fact that she's an incredibly vile person. She is an opinionated, career-driven, childless woman who is approaching her 30s, and she spends most of her online presence attacking opinionated women, because women aren't supposed to be opinionated, they're supposed to be trad, who are approaching their 30s and don't have children. She is a genuinely awful, awful, awful human being. Anna Kasparin is a presumable lib from the Young Turks, maybe she was, I don't know, and lately her takes have been super shitty and she's a fallen turf. Her takes have been quite bad for a while, yeah.
We had a little interview earlier, and it didn't run. So I'll just ask you again, like, what do you think tonight is your best hope for swaying people in the crowd who might not be on your side?
I don't have a lot of hope, to be honest with you. But look, I love that we're having this conversation. I'm excited to scrap a little bit. And if anything, I know it's going to be entertaining.
All right, she said scrap a little bit, so let's get Pearl in here. Come on, Pearl. Here she comes. All right, Pearl, welcome. I'm going to ask you the same question. If you're going to change somebody's mind tonight, one person, that one person, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
Oh,
fair enough. All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Bit of a spoiler alert, chat. That is not what happened, apparently.
This debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes
We're gonna go and fight the boss.
kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who is first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping 7.
Did someone in the audience woo? Yeah, one of the 3 people that is there just wooed. Yeah, there's going to be some red pillars there for sure. I'm amazed. I will say 2 props. First of all, props for the fact that for a change, we've got a debate on feminism and the main people debating are women. That's always pleasant to see. Quite a refreshing tone change from what we usually get on these kinds of shows. Secondly, massive props for the fact that like there's a prepared fucking opening statement and Anna's still taking this seriously, and so is Pearl, presumably, because I genuinely don't know if I would be able to take it seriously when nobody gives a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Because nobody, like, you saw the amount of people who showed up. Anna Kasparian is a pretty fucking successful person. She can go live on a channel and she's gonna have more people show up than have showed up to this. Same with Pearl, actually.
$1.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according
There's like 10 people in the audience and 9 of them are eyes. Oof.
to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women...
Gavin McKeans, founder of the Proud Boys, is one of the commentators. Is he for real? Oh god, no. What kind of a... Is this a rightoid event? It's a bizarre event. It certainly sounds that way.
Earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees.
Oh, big caps, all right.
Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the US Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the 2-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships.
All of this, all of the pros of two economy households are great. I live in one of those, I would know. I do wish that more people were opting into it because they want to, and not opting into it because there is no other fucking choice, though. That'd be nice.
An outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why.
Time ignores him completely, carries on. Giga Chad. She probably didn't hear him though, because he's fucking quiet as shit. Did she say whoring? Yes, she did.
But feminism
That's what I mean, Amanax. Like, she is a vile person. That's why bullying her is allowed. Maybe even encouraged.
Not the reason.
Very good. Thank you. Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations.
This is not the right
Feminism
place.
has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It is
She misspoke quicker than Anna did. Anna misspoke pretty early on, but not in the third sentence. Anna won. Unfortunately, that's just how the internet decides these things. Fucking rest in peace, Pearl. Rest in peace.
empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to...
I would have assumed the number's going to be way higher than 1/3. That's quite low. No? Would have just thought it'd be way higher than 1/3. Well, I guess maybe it makes sense.
Rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home.
So he had a crazy person as a wife. How is that relevant? It's because that's how fundamentally all of the red pill operates, right? They find one person who had something horrible have happened to them. Of course, it's necessary for that horrible thing that have happened to them to have been done by the person that the red pill is opposed, and then they just keep making it sound like that's the norm, like that's what usually happens. Like this wouldn't have happened under a better system that they would have designed. But you find a chick who's had an unhinged fucking husband who did that to her, and watch how quickly all of that shit's gonna be dismissed.
And his PTSD and
X, Chido, yeah, hell yeah, buddy. Press X. Press X to doubt.
constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Popp's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Popp was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Popp decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence, yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because
is he holding them in a fucking AliExpress bag? Why are they packed like that?
Every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence, yeah.
Why would you?
Now, why am I telling you this? Because men in America.
Why would you do yourself such a disservice of bagging them up like that? There could be fucking burritos in there for all I know. I was hyped because that was about to be a lot of dog tags, right? That was about to be cool as fuck. And it turns out that I was hyped needlessly.
American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop there.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting?
They are, though, is the thing. They are. That's the rough bit. That's why Pearl gets fucking bodied in these debates. Because all you need is a feminist to say, yeah, that I believe all of that. Yeah, sure, of course, yeah, absolutely. And then she's out of fucking arguments.
Abortion, working, or becoming sex workers. Thank you.
Okay, this is gonna be a heavy one. We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic,
And
Can you cite some actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower.
I'm not in an ivory tower. I'm on the...
Oh no, 44 seconds into the 44 seconds and she's fucked. Ooh.
This debate stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because if you look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is
spending.
paid out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time,
Good
as you have asserted
steamroller.
before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl,
Ooh, this is going to be... there are so many good stats that you can point to, and there is so much... I think the one with custody, with who gets the custody, is one of the best ones, because people like Pearl will tell you all about how women always win the custody battles, but they won't tell you about how so many men don't fight for custody of the children. They just, like, they're just fine with the woman taking care of them, and then that's it. That's just the full stop there.
before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
Ooh. It's not
But
manipulation.
There are
Those are the stats.
there are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Shit, bro.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
Oh no.
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead...
Oh, Pearl. Oh no.
They should shack
I didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn.
that.
Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend, instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock, he's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He on the
I love how there's a dude who heckled to help Pearl out, and the best heckle he could come up with is you love your career more than your husband, which all she has to do is say no, that's not the case, and then like you can't even go anywhere with that because you can't quantify it. So it's a heckle where it's like, what's the game plan there, Chief?
On the other hand, was couch surfing. He was in debt and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height. How many kids did you give him? None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
what happens? What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is.
get-
But the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really?
pay child support?
Only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions
Look,
at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child
Men-
support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after a divorce?
Feminists wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter
divorces.
if you're part of the
It does matter.
10%.
It does matter.
She doesn't. Pearl is such a fucking muppet that she doesn't even understand what the deal was originally. The idea, and it's super simple. I don't even think don't shit talk the audience or a more effective debate opponent than Pearl actually true. I don't even, the worst part about this is that this isn't even remotely difficult to understand. Why is there an enemy up here suddenly? Did they respawn? Why did they respawn? What happened here? The fuck? Sorry, lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, they don't understand something that's super fucking simple. The idea is that you've got a dude who's working and you've got a chick who's taking care of the family and the home. When he's working, he continues amassing experience. He continues amassing things that will continue serving him in the workplace, right? So that when he chooses to switch a job or whatever the fuck, he's going to be able to do that because he's amassed all of this experience. Whereas the chick doesn't, because she's at home taking care of the kid. So she doesn't have any professional experience that she's honing and polishing, and she's preparing for the next job. So she will have to start over, except she can't start over because oftentimes she's got a kid to take care of, and it's not really possible to start from scratch when you need to be at home taking care of this kid. So the idea is that in these, Jesus Christ, in these situations, you've got alimony, so that the woman who's taking care of the child is not is not massively disadvantaged. That's all that it is. And if you want to live a trad life, you need to have that system in place so that it's not unfairly positioned against the woman and in favor of the man. It's such a fucking easy thing to understand. Aren't enemies known for respawning in the soul genre? When you rest at a bonfire, which I hadn't done.
Because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
The 10 years doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here you
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna.
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair.
Oh, she doesn't understand this one either because she's a daft motherfucker. Women make up 85% of the fucking spending power because women are usually in charge of buying things for the household. I'm actually an excellent example of that. Whenever we go and do shopping, my fiance is usually the one in charge of it. Like, we'll split payments, but she is way better at putting things in the basket that we will then use for food, rather than me, who usually puts, I take care of that. That's how I rationalize it. My fiance takes care of our needs, as in, like, she makes sure that we've got food that is proper food, and then I take care of our heart, and I get all the sweets. which is very rational, I think, okay? It's a split of responsibilities. I can get all the good chocolates. She gets, you know, the things that will make it so that we don't fucking die. And we're both happy. Because then she will cook dinner, or I will cook dinner, and there is things to eat. But when she feels like munching on some chocolates, or when she feels like eating the crisps that I bought, she can. Because there are always crisps at home. Before me and her got together, she wouldn't have crisps at home. She told me that, like, yeah, it's cool now because there's always sweets at home. I didn't realize I ran out of bullets. Well, that sucks.
Or die, you spend money on both.
When alimony was created in the 1970s, it was actually very difficult for women to get jobs and provide for the... I just killed this guy, didn't I? Didn't I just kill him a second ago? Why is... Do they just not... There is something fucky happening here. She's better at putting things in a basket. Sounds like the perfect example of weaponized incompetence, to be honest. I don't know. I think that people have a tendency to overdo it with that as well. In a relationship, you'll have things that you are better at, and then you'll have things that the other person's better at. I don't struggle at all with Survivor when she's not here, when she's at work, or when she's got delegations or whatever. But when she doesn't, it's easier to split responsibilities, right? She tends to cook more than I do, so she's better at picking things to be cooked because she has a plan for what to cook. To suggest that there is some weaponized incompetence going on, I don't know. I'm not even saying that it makes me feel uneasy with that just because it's not in my favor, but it's more like just looking for a problem where a problem doesn't exist. You know what I mean? No, I know that's not what you're saying. I'm just saying to not read into that too much. I need to figure out why the fuck the enemies are respawning. That's way more important than any kind of weaponized incompetence right now, because they shouldn't be respawning, unless this is like this area-specific fucking thing that's going on.
Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it.
On the...
Oof. Did I mishear?
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money...
You should think about it.
Oh my god. And I didn't think Pearl was even insulting her. Fuck me. That was, oof.
I sure am.
Jesus.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men, here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Take care, Peter. I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
First of all,
Anna's not against 50-50 custody. She literally said earlier that she's in favor of it. What are we doing here? Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there
has
was a study.
been? I've been
Let me answer your question, even though I should be
different-
interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
it
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000
children
to get
by
a
themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality means that
All
you're
right.
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that includes the
so
costs
you should have
of raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
Oh, Pearly said, daft fucker.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired? Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the
What are
poor
you, a woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
argument.
ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities, but when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
If men fight to be a part of their kid's life, they will always, in today's day and age, be a part of that kid's life. Bar some extremely fucking, bar some extreme circumstances, which nobody in here is going to be in favor of. If you fight to be a part of your kid's life, Jesus, fuck. You will be a part of that kid's life. They are resurrecting. Yeah, it's a thing that happens here. See, the dog is back as well. This is some weird shit. Hey Reza, how you doing? What's your skin color? I am weirded out by that question coming in out of nowhere.
what's the empirical data on that?
I don't need data. How many people in here have had a family or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it? The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is that based
win.
on? You have to provide.
No one answered. True. We cannot tell people what skin color I am. Strictly illegal. Oh wait, are we back in the... I know where... Well, no, maybe not. I was going to say I know where we are, but this mightn't be the place I'm thinking of.
Look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the cost.
90% of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%? That's a totally made-up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All right, let's take a break there.
I love somebody in the audience saying, uh-oh. Because they know Pearly's not going to be able to say what she's citing.
Our time actually ran up. Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water?
No breaks. No.
There,
Don't care about
and
you
pay
yapping.
child.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when there's a court order for them to carry out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think
don't
there shouldn't be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail?
I'm surprised that Anna's shit in the bed on this one as well. Because I want her to ask Pearly. May I say shit in the bed? Okay, we're not going to talk about what just happened here. I say shit in the bed loosely. What if let's just ask Pearl what happens if one of the parents doesn't want split custody? Should they be legally forced to? Is that what Pearly's saying? Is Pearl asking the same 3 questions? Am I tripping? She's not very well prepared for this, Amanax. She's, you gotta be patient with her.
To carry out a court order to, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support, and
interviews.
they're-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual, statistic, empirical evidence. They should pay their child support. $441
What happens-
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, Anna is completely fucking obliterating
Yeah, that's for
her.
someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know
Look.
how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid gonna stay while that mother is working? How is she gonna pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare?
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again?
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
feel like
There
we've
are
already
legal
spoken about this.
repercussions
6
for not
different
carrying
times.
out a court mandate
Do you think
to
that
do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity?
How does
If a
that
man-
woman live? Is she retarded? Do you want the actual answer to how she lives? She built up her entire career off of her father's money because her father's loaded as fuck. And then she pivoted hard into YouTube Red Pill when YouTube Red Pill was incredibly popular. She became a Red Pillar when Andrew Tate was popping off. So she delved into that entire environment fucking hard. And she's built up a channel off of it that has, I think, 2 million subscribers. But she, like, comparatively to the amount of subscribers, she barely pulls any viewers nowadays.
man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't know
Where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that.
third-
But it's
a-
wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal consequences
why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because
they are.
feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point. At the
Yes.
expense.
I like how Anna's wrong here, but Anna has to, I wonder if Anna has to say this because of how recently she's been going full turf, and if it's just that's just the angle that she's sort of stuck with now. But I've got a few feminists in my audience who'd be pretty fucking pissed off with that answer specifically. Oh, you meant it like that? Yeah, I wouldn't expect her to be able to do the parallels though.
Of men. You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber
and now
Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
She ruined his
the penalties
life.
for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that
She's
he
not
would have
answering the
gotten if he was
question.
found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do
Be
want
equal.
equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't
Number
deserve
one,
any
women
alimony.
aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number 2, you have daycare.
A lot of women
You
do
have-
these days,
you
actually.
have daycare as a
The
choice.
the traditional
Again.
women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives. And you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
if
It
feminists
seems like
cared
women
about
can't do anything
equality,
right when it comes to you, right?
If
They're
feminists-
stay-at-home moms, they're
if-
traditional,
I understand that you can personally attack me. That's fine.
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No,
yep.
you don't.
You don't know me. What? You don't know what I care about.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet,
the best part about all of this is that the reality should be that no draft should be mandatory. But I think Pearlie's implication here, naturally, is that women should also be drafted. Like, why would you rather not get rid... This is the thing that I find fascinating about this particular branch of people, because they recognize that there is something that's happening in the society that is bad, and instead of wanting it not to happen, they just want it to happen to everyone. Like, why not... Why does it have to happen, you know?
Complains about oppression. Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men do not have the right to raise their children. Divorce is not...
Problem is that there are times where drafting is unavoidable, you need it. The only issue is that the people who determine it's time for that never themselves get drafted. Or rather, should I say, very rarely. That's the core of the issue. If you want to make the argument that drafting is necessary, then sure, fair enough. But there are going to be a lot of people who have an exception that shouldn't have an exception.
Is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely not to pay and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates.
And just Lonely Things has a script that is not working out, but by God, she will stick to it. It appears to be the case.
Men cannot opt out of parenthood.
This is rough to listen to.
Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that.
White men in particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are numerous reports of custodial
You want the
parents
government
spending
to
the
check
money
receipts
on
and see, like...
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service, be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined $125,000.
Should women be included in combat?
Men
Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. Next. Next? Nothing? Okay.
Oh no.
I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women will always have the leverage?
Women have child
She would
support
have
to
lost
fall
against
back on.
those as
Women
well,
have
Amp.
alimony. So automatically,
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
and
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just move
from
on.
men to women. They go from men to women.
I don't think she knows
Billions
what 10%
of dollars
is.
every
I thought
year.
you said earlier that
Billions
women
of
are paying
dollars of-
alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mm-hmm.
Based
on what? Where are you getting that information from? You're just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest
True.
gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on.
You
okay,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation. And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the
I feel, Jesus Christ, she is an awful human being, and we have to remind ourselves of this, but she looks so fucking sad whenever somebody mentions that she's not married. Like the just lonely things, the memes that these people have run on her, like fucking hell, bro. You look into her eyes and those are the eyes of like a 40-year-old fucking PTSD veteran of 2 world wars. Can you, for a sec, because I think that most people in my audience are, like most of you, I feel like we talk about relationships a fair amount. Can you imagine so desperately wanting a partner and not having one and being unable to get one, and you go into the one fucking community on the internet that is literally full of single men, like fucking what? Vast majority of red pillars. What are we gonna say? 8 out of 10? I'm pulling the stats out of my ass, but like what, 8 out of 10 are single? And so Pearly went to that, and fuck me, to that environment, and she's still not finding anyone who's game. It's just sad, man. It's just, holy shit, look at her eyes.
the love of her life
Why do
and
we
gets
have-
married.
why
It's not
do-
about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
answer the question.
Divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose, to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have
is
any
it?
other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight.
True. I don't know who gains more or less, but I know that it's just like a well-known thing that when people get in relationships, they both get fat
than their wives do. And who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her. Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you children.
How can men and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes from.
Yeah, but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so many problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force? They're in the police force. My sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet everywhere of women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
No.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Jesus. It's just, Pearl's just done.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely.
Yep. Jesus Christ.
Best country in the world.
And you get to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year?
That's such a weird take. Men are willing to die but won't clean the house. Jesus. I don't know if you've seen this. I was going to make a short about it, so I didn't go over it on stream, and then I never got around to making the short because I was busy with work. There was a dude, a tech bro, who was an absolute fucking laughingstock of Twitter for like 2 full days. Because he was saying that after 10 minutes of playing with his son, he shakes with rage because he needs to get back to doing things that he enjoys, or he needs to get back to work. And anything over spending 10 minutes with his toddler just makes him visibly angry. And I'm just there like, bro, what the fuck? What is wrong with these people? But that's also why all of these pretentious fucking idiots always come up with a hypothetical of like a valiant death in face of overwhelming odds, or like a home break-in where they heroically put their life on the line. That's why I absolutely love the hypothetical that somebody said that, like, it was the one. Somebody was saying that one human life, some writer was saying that one human life is worth more than every single ape in the world. So if every single ape, like every single monkey, had to die in order for one human to survive, they would kill all of those apes with their bare hands. And somebody in the comments was like, anyone can say that, but would you suck a dick of 1,000 apes to save one human being? And suddenly the answer was very different, okay? Suddenly the macho men who were ready to kill all the apes in the world for one human being, suddenly the value that they put on human life is very fucking different. It's just curious. I would sacrifice all you assholes for a single Harambe. Harambe had to die. It was a canon event. It was like Jesus.
There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has...
I'm pretty sure, like across the world, how many men die to get you crab? That's what she said, right? Crab, like the
crustacean. Every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year?
Or does she mean to get you crap, like to get you all of these different things that you want and use?
During childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
Jesus, Pearl she's Jesus fucking Christ. This actually is painful to...
This is painful, man.
It really is, yeah.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist.
Has Pearl ever done something like this? She's had these kinds of like hostile debates. Yes, she's done this before. And some of the talking points that she brought up here were very systematically dismantled by Destiny in like a live conversation before. Yeah, it's just Pearl is repeating them because she knows her base likes it.
Mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with. Particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, you know, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous. Especially when, you know, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless. Obviously, the people who live those realities.
I'm telling you,
in a lot of cases, they're very painful.
Do you know what is amazing about this picture? Based on what I've seen today of Nick Shirley and based on everything I know about Pearly things, I look at this and somehow I think that they could both do better. Very, very weird of a vibe.
Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, you know, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
You use the word
genocide?
I was going to say
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide.
This is, okay, chat, it's almost midnight and I've got work in the morning, all right? We're not going to finish this because this is some painful shit. I'm going to raid this into Wick and I'm fucking off to bed. because it is actually a bit later than I thought it is, which is not great because I have a very early morning tomorrow, because before I go to work I have to stop by a car shop and drop off my car for it to be fixed. So that's it's rough to find out that it's 24 minutes past midnight this way. But I did enjoy the stream. I'll be back with you guys on Friday. Might have to do a break in the middle of the stream on Friday, because I have to go to the airport, or I might just do a later stream, or I might do an earlier stream. I haven't figured out the logistics yet. Whatever the case might be, though, I will certainly update you as time goes on. I will talk to you again on Friday. Good night, everyone. Take care, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.